Доброе утро! С вами Александр и здесь в офисе Яндекс мы сегодня стартуем второй день трансляции с крупнейшего мероприятия авторитейла. Эта трансляция идет из США. Это мероприятие называется NADA Show 2021. Кажется, что вчерашний день прошел максимально успешно, потому что количество отзывов, которые мы получили, положительных отзывов, зашкаливало. Это мероприятие подготовила команда ассоциации РОАД в партнерстве с Авто.ру. Сегодня программа не менее насыщенная. Мы будем делать таких же два потока, как были вчера. Это потоки продажи и сервис. Две неотделимые части нашего бизнеса. В рамках этих потоков пройдет по 5 лекций. Они будут идти последовательно и сдвоенно. После завершения трансляции этих лекций, семинаров, мастер-классов мы планируем очень интересную и живую панельную дискуссию, в которой поучаствуют Александр Никонов из Авилон, Владислав Ведерников из Рольф и Даниил Шкурыгин из Авто.ру. Обязательно дождитесь панельной дискуссии, потому что вчера панельная дискуссия стала прямо яркой точкой с очень живым и острым обсуждением всех услышанных практик, кейсов, неоднозначных мнений, которые происходили, которые мы услышали в течение семинаров, в течение дня на семинарах. Не забывайте, что в течение всего дня сегодня вам доступен раздел, вы можете выбрать его наверху с онлайн-экскурсиями. Это раздел с видео экскурсиями по зоне экспозиции NADA. Ни для кого не секрет, что NADA в большей степени является уже не только образовательным мероприятием, но и самой крупной в году выставкой всех технологических решений для авторитейла. Вчера мы упоминали, что если раньше это было больше оборудование, какие-то автоматические мойки и прочие вещи еще 10 лет назад, то сейчас это программное обеспечение, которое позволяет дилерскому центру становиться эффективнее. Мы приступаем уже сейчас. В потоке продаж мы ожидаем семинар от Дженнифер Suzuki. Дженнифер Suzuki последние, если я не ошибаюсь, 15 или 20 лет занимается такой темой, как BDC, Business Development центры. Эта тема не очень знакома в России, или там знакома не каждому. По сути дела, это контакт-центры, которые обрабатывают вызовы и работают на исходящих звонках. Дженнифер поделится лучшими практиками о том, каким образом они трансформировали контакт-центры, вот эти BDC из 90-х, когда это были только звонки, сейчас они трансформируют их в том числе и в обработку интернет-трафика. В свою очередь, в потоке сервиса нас ждет очень интересное выступление от TEDx. Я последние 2 года прям подсел на мероприятие TEDx. Он проводит так называемые круглые столы по сервису и собирает там, по-моему, раз в квартал, раз в 4 месяца самые лучшие практики, которые он находит со всех уголков США по организации сервисного обслуживания. И сегодня он сделает короткое, но очень насыщенное саммари тех лучших практик, которые он нашел за последние 2 года. Ну что ж, приступим.
Hi, welcome everybody. I am Jen Suzuki. I'm the founder of eDealer Solutions. And a little background on myself. I've been working with dealerships and their dealership sales teams over the last 19 years. I've been a heavy advocate of digital selling skills, really a strong emphasis on phone calls and texts and emails and chats and all of the things that drive our business today. I started selling cars when I was 18, and I've worked my way up through dealerships over the years. I've worked for a lot of manufacturers and helping them with their digital selling processes. And for the last 7 years, have been a guest instructor at the NADA Academy. But my big passion is really just helping people succeed. I've got 3 little girls, twins that are 7, and my oldest is 8. We live in Colorado. I'm originally from California, where I started selling cars, and graduated from Northwood University. Very proud of all those achievements. But today, I want to get into where we're at right now with modern selling. And I'm going to give you just some techniques and tips that I think will be helpful as you really look at your business going into 2021 and beyond. I hope you'll stay connected with me on social media. I do a lot of posts and offer a lot of complimentary content in hopes that there are sales teams out there that can gain what they need to find further success in the dealership and sales career. So I'm a big believer in strong digital selling skills. The approach consists of many elements out there, and on the forefront of how we do business today, it's digital selling skills. And that's not just phone skills, guys. It's a lot of other communication methods as well. Like I said, chats and texts and emails. It's like all of these things that get customers to come in and purchase from you. I was once selling cars in the dealership, and being out there in the heat in the summers really got me interested in working from the inside. And sales calls really was my bread and butter. It wasn't an easy task. I got to tell you, face-to-face selling is so much easier. You got time to read faces, pivot, and adapt to each buyer's personality. And with digital selling, you've got minutes to crush it or be crushed. With a hello, goodbye, they're gone. And when that happens, they're gone. Like they're not returning. They're dead. And so we gotta do a lot of things to really inspire people to feel connected to us. Being that we're sort of in a COVID sort of a world, buyers and people in general have a different outlook on how business interactions, friendships, and family time go down. We're in a much more sensitive time right now. And this impacts our language, it impacts our words and how we use them to engage buyers to work with our dealership teams. People are simply not going to tolerate a whole lot of pressure out there. So this mentality is actually much bigger than just phone calls and digital selling skills. It's a culture and management mentality that ignites employees' behavior and customer engagement. In my experience, I find that low appointment ratios really stem from management's understanding the ownership and the involvement in regular digital selling interactions, between the employees and the buyers. So without this, you lose car deals like every day. So this one word, care. It's really the foundation of a great digital sales process. And that includes, again, all the first and the lasting impressions of the dealership reputation and through that customer lens. One's going to recognize the impact of simply caring for each person that they interact with. A business that cares for people is willing to do just about anything for a buyer. And people start to recognize that they're dealing with somebody who cares. And it's who we are. It's what we do. And most importantly, it's what's expected from people like you and me who buy from people and businesses every day. It's the expectation. And so this one word, care, is the foundation of a great digital sales process and everything under the umbrella to include phone skills, one of the greatest skills to ensure continued success. And so while you're caring, for others, which includes a culture of leading efficiencies, making the workplace a place of innovation that welcomes technology and new ways to make transactions easier, the vibe trickles down to customer interactions. The whole team. They got to be a part of the conversations and the adjustments to the sales process. They versus what, like managers having to make all those decisions. They don't have to, because when employees are really proud of the team and the leadership, they stay. This prevents our turnover, and they tell customers as part of the experience of buying from your dealership, this is what we want them to do. We have to help the team transact faster, and we have to help them really be able to feel empowered to be able to do that. And when they do, okay, oftentimes these are your best employees. I had a woman in one of my classes recently. She described her dealership employer of 35 years as a place that makes her smile every day. And I don't think that it's a surprise that she is a top seller. The warmth and the culture is reflective in how people feel when they're working with your dealership, and therefore how they treat customers. When people truly feel good while working in your store, then they have no problem discussing with you how to make the customer's life easier when trying to locate their next vehicle, or even having the vehicle worked on in your service department. That is just my opinion. But it would be easy here to, talk about word tracks and phone scripts and such. But the truth is, we are living in a different world now. We're in a different selling environment that really thrives on real people and authentic conversation. When customers feel like they're speaking to somebody who cares, the likelihood of the dealership rep being heavily scripted, it ain't gonna fly. It's not going down. It's not going to, that's not working. Heavy phone scripts are really a thing of the past. And real talk, real people who genuinely want to help customers and make sure the customer just feels good along the way, that's the winning strategy right now. There is nothing old school about this sales approach. A big deterrent in moving sales forward, it really just boils down to blocking buyers from buying from you. That's what ends up happening when you make the transition to truly building your sales processes around proving that you care for people. You're going to stop blocking car buyers from buying from you. The industry, it's evolving. It's becoming more driven by electric vehicle manufacturers and other potential new market entrants that are attempting to disrupt the sales and distribution system in place for decades. Change may be in the air. And in a letter commenting on the Michigan proposal, FTC staff supports the movement to allow for direct sales to consumers, not only Tesla or Ilio, but for any company that decides to use that business model to distribute their products. So the bottom line is, we got to prove to the public and we got to prove to the government that dealerships are necessary and welcomed. So there's 3 simple ways that we could start to improve the dealership environment and the reputation, and therefore execute sales process that includes phones and digital selling skills, that are most buyers' methods of contact and where the dealership first impressions are formed. The first big problem here, let me just outline it for you a little bit. You see it on the slides here, right? It's a lack of process. When customer engagement processes are not relevant, they're not defined, and they're not reviewed, we miss the mark with buyers. And this just leads to the next big problem here is there's very little internal education being delivered to the sales teams from the leadership. You got to prove that you care about the success of each person in your store. And that comes with informing and training and coaching ways to be relevant and successful. Internal education, has always been an inconsistent thing. And it's always kind of focused more on the showroom opportunities versus the digital selling skills. And so without those digital selling skills processes, there's really no accountability. And these 3 aspects can be corrected. They could be corrected like one of our long-term clients. I've had this client I'm just thinking about him right now, like 10 years. It's the California Auto Retailing Group. And they've got 16 franchises. And they've been selling 2,500 units a month. Someone that I've been working with for a long time. And I got to tell you, when I reflect on them, I think about this presentation. I think, what are they doing to crush this? And basically, it's that every single general manager has a strong interest in attending weekly training. I mean, they attend trainings with me, other people, but they do it every week. And they have these selling techniques that they can focus on because they are learning new techniques, new processes, but this gives them, that kind of information, content to be able to put out there with their sales team and keep it fresh every single week. They're going to training, and then they're taking it to their sales staff and being able to train them on topics that are relevant and keep these things moving along throughout the week. They're able to execute themselves digital selling techniques and those processes with actual customers. And to me, this is one of the key differentiating factors on how we continue to stay relevant in the stores. So they got these strong GMs that go into training in the store, keeping the process relevant, working the customers together as a team. That is what defines sales teams' progress. And this just makes it so much easier to make process modifications and stay on top of, all this technology that's advancing and becoming an influencer on better ways to help customers buy. So let's talk solutions, okay? We got to talk some solutions here to those three main core problems that we are all facing in most dealerships. So if our first problem is, and that's really blocking the buyers from buying is a lack of process, well, then let's make sure we got a process, that we have a relevant digital sales process, that is. And that includes your sales call structure for digital retailing opportunities, your internet leads, your inbound calls, all those prospecting calls you're putting out there, and of course, all the texts, emails, and chats that go along with those calls. Okay, so now we can easily achieve all of this by, I know this is crazy, just doing the work yourself. I know it seems like maybe like a little heavy lifting there, but I can tell you, if you want to move things along fast, and with technology making such a big impact right now, we do have to get our frontline managers back in the mix and working the digital sales process so they know it, so they can train on it, so they understand it. And as a leader, you got to know what you need your people to know, right? So we all can admit that timely transactions is totally relevant. Since we live in this world that gives us access to just about anything and everything instantly or relatively quickly, be sure that your messaging in your sales process, your messaging, it highlights the timeliness of your transactions. That's one of the biggest pain points. So in store, you probably have some reduced transaction time. And if you can present these to the buyers at hello and the overall expectations of how the visit's gonna meet the expectations of a no pressure, easy, that word, transparent approach to buying a car, we're gonna be nailing this, okay? So provide value in your contacts. Provide value in your contacts. Some of these strategies really include ensuring that buyers are aware of the changes that you've made to the buying experience. People only know what they know. You got to tell them what they need to know. There's always a helping hand vibe. That's what we're going for. The helping hand vibe that encourages meaningful engagement through conversations that are led by the representative. I always suggest your plans include questions like, are you familiar with our store? Because then you can recognize current customers right away and welcome new ones to a timely experience, putting those expectations on the forefront of your conversations, finding out what experience the buyers had with your brand. That's important. Asking questions, what's your experience been with our brand? This provides reassurance and opportunities for your team to kind of make sure they connect the dots for the buyer that we are the ones. We're the ones, and we can make your life easier on top of it. So keep the interest in you and your product line. Always state how you can make the buyer's life easier. Okay. So seeking vehicle flexibility too is a key component here. So we know that most buyers change their minds. They change their minds, making the sale a little more complex for us. But when you keep the search criteria flexible through your questions, you could actually open the door up for more possibilities without creating unnecessary objections and even lost sales. Using questions like, what features are most important to you versus what model are you looking for? Okay, so now you're putting some strategy in here and it does the customer experience a bit of justice there. Okay, so make it a goal to find out what the needs are. I also suggest informing the buyer of who's going to help them out during their meetup. You know, is it just one person? Is it two people? Is it three people? We got a whole team on deck. Now, again, they only know if you tell them. This could be an appraiser. It could be a finance representative. I use team leader a lot, like AKA sales manager. That's legit. And I just let people know, you know, who's going to be here. Because when the buyers know that others are scheduled to help out with the benefit of just making this transaction time minimal, then the outcome is increased confidence. We need that in our meetup, your team, and even your company. Build the brand, one conversation at a time. So we oftentimes just block the buyers from buying, and we lose the car deals when we don't have the space carved out to just focus on employee education so they could do their jobs and they can please the buyers. The second problem ties to not having a solid digital sales process. How could you educate on this aspect if you don't have a process? And you couldn't. And this is a real advantage right now to helping buyers. You know, the second solution here is that if we can institute more consistent get-togethers, institute regular training. It doesn't have to be like a conference room, you know what I'm saying? Like it could just be in a common area. You know, gathering your team up in a consistent manner is key. And once you get to tackling, you know, getting in the trenches and identifying better ways to do things, it's so much easier to educate and train on relevant process. And training doesn't have to be a burnout session. Okay, like nobody likes that. It could be quick. That's what we like. Everybody likes quick. Quick, pointed, and even fun. I don't know. Training can be fun. and I'm like a fan of 10 minutes or less. You know, it's just like people want and they enjoy 10 minutes. Boom, hit them with it. And but in order to deliver 10-minute training, you sort of have to be a little bit planned. And I always use my timer on my phone. I like start, you know, and watch it. Stay focused on that because you want people to come back. You know, and you want to educate your team in a fun way, in a time-efficient way. Be prepared with an agenda. So teach a quick process or a technique. Demonstrate it. This is my equation, right? I teach it, demonstrate it, and then apply through having each person prove to you the application piece before you end this quick training session. It's just time. It's time to stop blocking car buyers from buying. We lose car deals, especially when employees don't know what to say or do. You know, we're not winging it. This is like where the majority of the customers exist. And we're going to lose employees too if they don't feel confident to be able to execute relevant strategies that hit the nail on the head. You know, we lose retention, we lose service business, and many dealers, they are woke coming out of 2020. And the buyers will simply choose the businesses that can get all of this right. So let's talk a third solution here. Okay, so third solution, coach on process. This is one of my favorite things. This is a total game changer. I'm going to throw something down here that you may not be doing. And if you do feel like this is something that would work in your organization, I got to tell you, it's money. This sounds easy, but there's better ways to coach than just standing behind a desk, loading somebody's lips on what to say. You know how we do it. The buyers are all online and they may be just on a sales call. I mean, this is where a lot of the traffic is, right? So you got to be there too. And why not coach while prospecting on live calls? You could coach on what to say on those sales calls. You could jump in on a TO. You could work as a team to gain business together. And while you work that CRM together, buyer by buyer, this gives you the opportunity to coach on other aspects of the digital selling skills. Those texts, those emails, those chats, the old save a deal meeting. It's now a live save a deal meeting. And it gives us an opportunity to have a coaching session by just pulling up the CRM and calling the buyers together, making employees feel like you care about their success. You give them that opportunity to work with you in a coaching environment. I mean, they're going to learn process, they're going to learn the techniques, they're going to learn the actions that actually move the needle today. So if a person doesn't have any appointments today, this is your opportunity to help them get one. Hit the phones together. Yeah, get in that conference room, put it up on the TV, you know, start dialing together, put them on speaker. You can hear all of these conversations and readily coach it, train it. I often ask managers to sit in on the BDC department and observe and be part of the sales process and coach on helping this front line just dazzle the buyers. You know, they have all the business, right? When we have BDC departments, oftentimes they're handling all of our digital processes, but there's really not a lot of desk managers in there working the process with them. That's my suggestion, you know, get in there. You know, they want to learn from you too. And so often there's this big disconnect between BDC, sales, even the management team. And frankly, we're all on the same team. We all want the same things. So, you know, when you know that the digital sales are in this department, you know, you got to kind of get in there and create some of these actions I speak of to help unite the teams as one and keep the lines of communication open while being able to guide and coach the most relevant digital sales process. It's time to stop blocking car buyers from buying from you. A newer approach to coaching will make a huge impact on how buyers' experiences start and end in your store. In fact, the barriers will come tumbling down. They will come tumbling down. You know, when you look at your sales process from higher ground and care for people, employees and the buyers, and it's going to show in the language. It's going to show in the words that your team uses in their digital sales process. That includes calls, texts, emails, chats. It's the no pressure zone. It's the no pressure zone these days. It's real talk from real people who truly care about making this a timely transaction for buyers to make their lives easier. And this is all going to be reflective, once we nail this, in all of your sales numbers. It's about delivering timely transactions and being confident and proud enough to share how you do this, how you actually make it timely, how you actually execute an easier way of buying a car. And I do all of this at Hello. As soon as I meet people, like, you need to know who we are and how we're going to make your lives easier. Do this right away. And when you do this, your contacts are going to become a lot more meaningful. In fact, you'll focus on overturning a lot of the pain points that people have with car dealerships just in your messaging alone. You know, so be sure to be clear about what it is that we're doing. We're reinforcing this in our training actions, in our coaching sessions in the store. We want to reassure buyers, you and your team and your company are the one. You know what I'm talking about. Once you have a defined process for your phones and your texts and your emails and your chats, you can educate internally and help your employees succeed. And they're going to feel good. They're going to feel good about working here. They're going to feel so good, they want to tell everybody about it. And that's what we need. We want customers to feel good about our store. We want to give them those warm welcomes, you know, really set those expectations up front. Then you can coach on new ways. Then you can coach on new ways that bring the people together, unite our teams, and prove to buyers that they made the right choice. When they were reaching out to you, they made the right choice. They need process, the team needs training, and the team needs coaching on relevant digital selling skills today.
Для старта второго дня мы постарались подобрать вам наиболее энергичных таких спикеров. Уверен, они вам помогли зарядиться на весь день. Ну а сейчас мы продолжаем с двумя следующими семинарами. Они будут идти так же, как раньше, в потоке продажи и в потоке сервиса. В потоке продажи мы ждем Дэвида Льюиса. В потоке сервиса мы ждем Дэвида Льюиса. Дэвид Льюис имеет просто какое-то там невероятное количество десятилетий опыта в сервисе. И он сегодня расскажет о том, как правильно подобрать команду мастеров-консультантов, как правильно их замотивировать. Ну, а самое главное, во второй части его выступления будет отдельный отрывок про то, насколько важно помочь мастеру-консультанту лучше понимать клиента. Ну, а Томми Гиббс в потоке продаж задается интересным вопросом с самого начала. Если у вас есть руководитель отдела запчастей как должность, почему же у вас нет руководителя отдела склада автомобилей как должности, хотя на складе автомобилей объем денежных средств, которые в него вложены, гораздо больше? Интересный вопрос, предлагаю посмотреть.
I'm Tommy Gibbs, and in my workshop, there's 6 strategies to improve gross and volume in your used car department. And today, I want to bring out to you real quick here that I know you're busy. You got a lot on your plate. I'm going to be talking really fast because I have a lot of material to cover. So kind of bear with me on that. At the end of this, there'll be an evaluation or survey for you to fill out. If I give you some good information, then give me a good survey. If I give you bad information, I don't give you anything you can use, then give me a bad survey. I think we have to agree that pandemic has created some opportunities for us. And I'm going to give you some strategies that will help you if you were in the pandemic or depending on where we are at this time or even afterwards. So think about it this way. I'm going to give you these strategies and you can apply the ones that fit your needs the most. First, I'm going to talk about, though, is ROI and the recon issue. I'll tie that together with a photo booth and kind of explain the connection between the two. Look, I get it. And I'm sure you understand we pay our bills with gross, but it's important for the team to understand the role that ROI plays in our success. Number 2 is 30 is the new 60. So you shouldn't really be having any units over 60 days, but what's happening now in our industry is we're moving more to a 30-day mindset. And I'll kind of break that down and give you some suggestions on how you can monitor that. And then I'll talk about the basics of all basics. So I'm going to give you that. And it's really pretty simple, but if you'll apply the basic of all basics, it's really going to help you more than you can imagine. And number 4 is those expensive units are eating your lunch. So there's certain units that that you have in your inventory. They're the more expensive ones. They are difficult to manage. I'm going to give you some tips on how to manage those because oftentimes you're not making the money on those that you think you should be making. And number 5, I'm going to give you lifecycle management. Lifecycle management is probably the most important thing I'm going to talk about. If you will buy into lifecycle management, even if you don't do everything the way I'm going to explain it to you, it's going to be a big help to you. And then certainly number 6 is fix your hot mess. And what that's dealing with is if you happen to have aged inventory and you got a lot of water out there, I'm going to give you some tips on how to manage it. But even if you don't have that situation, I'm going to bring out some points in that section that will help you moving forward in terms of your thinking, how you think about wholesale losses and how you make a profit. Most of you have heard of Archie Manning, Eli Manning, Peyton Manning, the famous Manning quarterback family. Archie Manning, as you may or may not know, holds a quarterback football camp every summer. And in that camp, he talks about the advice he gives to young quarterbacks. He says, the best advice I try to give to a young quarterback is you need to know what you're doing. You need to know what you're doing because if you know where to go with the football, you can get rid of it and throw it and you won't get hit. So let's apply that to the used car business. And the used car business, if I was talking to a used car manager, I would say you need to know what you're doing, because if you know what you're doing, you know where to go with that unit. You can get rid of it. You can sell it, retail it, and you won't take a hit. I think it's really important to understand that. The smarter you are, the better off you're going to be. So I have a question for you. Do you have a full-time parts manager? Everybody does. It's kind of a silly question. But do you have a full-time used car manager? You'd be surprised maybe in your situation you do, but a lot of people don't. They have someone doubling up in that position. And if you're willing to have a full-time parts manager, you really ought to be willing to have a full-time used car inventory manager. Now, if you want to think about this, look, 75%, your used car inventory is 75% larger than your parts inventory. So if you got $1 million tied up in used cars, you probably only have about $250,000 in parts. So it's kind of foolish not to have a full-time used car manager. Now, what to look for in a used car manager? And actually, this is what you would look for, even if it's not a used car manager, any manager in your store, some of this would apply. So what does a used car manager look like? Well, number 1, we certainly want them to be a leader. We want them to have leadership skills. See, oftentimes we put someone in management and they don't really have leadership skills. They manage something well, but they're not truly leaders. So we always need to be trying to perfect those leadership skills of all our members of our management team. And we need our used car manager to be a leader, not just, quote, a manager. And number 2, they got to be a good communicator. Look, if you're a used car manager, let me encourage you to get really close with your fixed operations staff. You need to spend some time every day talking to the service writers, the technicians, the parts people. Spend some quality time with those folks first thing in the morning. It'll pay huge dividends for you. You have to be responsive. And I know that seems kind of silly as a statement, but you do. Oftentimes we have managers that don't respond to text messages, emails, telephone call messages are left. They don't respond. See, the shop oftentimes complains about the used car manager not responding and getting back to them for approval. So kind of your whole motto should be, I'm going to be a responsive person. And that holds true again for every manager in the dealership. You got to be high energy. You know, no job in the dealership requires as much energy as a used car manager's position. And don't be a jerk. I know that's kind of silly to have to say that, but don't be a jerk. People become managers sometimes, and all of a sudden they become a jerk. Be a real leader, not just a manager. Don't be a jerk. The office is your friend. Yeah, if you're the used car manager or any manager for that matter, the office is your friend. You don't need to be having these daily battles back and forth. Oftentimes, they need you to do something on a deal to get it squared away, to get the paperwork squared away. Work close with those folks. They can be your best friend, no doubt. And work on your people skills. Again, as a good leader, you need to be working on your people skills. You need to be doing some reading, look up stuff on leadership skills on YouTube. The more that you expand this knowledge here, the better off you're going to be. And number two, be prepared. Look, if you're going to be a good used car manager, you got to be prepared. You know, you need to study the data. There's a lot of data to study. Most all of you are using some sort of software. Study that data, become a wizard with the data. But don't forget, by the way, that common sense plays a huge role in what we're doing here. You can't just run your used car department using data. You got to use a good blend of common sense and technology. And that's a combination you're looking for. And certainly be aware of changes in the market. The market is always changing. Think about what happened last year in March. It was pretty dramatic, wasn't it? Well, those type of dramatic changes don't happen too often, but the market is always changing, and you have to be aware of that. Know where your children are. Now, look, a lot of you have had small children. You had small children, because they don't come in here like grown-ups, but you have children. When you have children, you always know where they are. You know what clothes they have on. You know when they ate their last meal. You need to view your used car inventory as if they're your children. You always know where they are. There's no excuse in not knowing that. Oftentimes I'll be talking to a used car manager. I'll say, well, tell me about such and such a unit. Where is it? And they don't really know where it is. You can't be successful if you're not on top of your inventory. Hold yourself and others accountable. That gets back to this over here and anything else up here you want to talk about. But the bottom line is you got to hold yourself accountable. You're going to make mistakes. You make mistakes and move on. Look, you're going to overappraise cars. You're going to buy the wrong cars. You're going to keep a car you shouldn't have kept. Those things are going to happen. You can't dwell on it. You need to move on and control what you can control. So a typical used car manager would complain that the service department is overcharging them. The ROs are too high. Parts are too high. Look, you're not going to change that in all likelihood. Your dealer principal, your owner, they're probably not going to change how they're doing those things, but you need to take control of the things you can control, and that's probably not going to be one of them. Understand the role price plays in selling cars. Yeah, we all know that that's true, but oftentimes it seems that we get past that and we think, oh, we can make a $5,000 deal here, a $4,000 deal. Price plays a huge role at selling cars. Look, if you happen to have aged inventory right now, I can promise you there's a price you can sell those cars at. You just haven't gotten to that price yet. And seek help. Oftentimes we get our egos getting in the way and we don't want to ask for help. You need to ask for help. And you need to make sure if you're the used car manager, any manager, you need to make sure there's no surprises for your supervisor. We don't want to let things get out of control. You got a customer issue on a car, we sell them, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, next thing we know, we got a lawsuit going on, and it could have been cut off at the pass if you'd have made sure your supervisor knew what was going on. And then certainly number next, I don't know how you can be in this business and not be passionate. You got to be passionate about this business, especially the used car business. Now, how many of you have ever used this term? Maybe back up here just a second. Use this term, the race to the bottom. You know, dealers use that term to talk about what's going on with gross profit and how dealers are using pricing tools like a vAuto or something like that. They're using pricing tools, and they use those tools, and everybody else has the tools. And so everybody's pricing their cars really, really cheap because they know if they price them cheap enough, someone's going to show up. And everybody complains that's what's dragging gross profit down. And there's no question that plays a role in it. But that being said, let me ask you a silly question here. Do you struggle to make gross on units over 60 days old? Of course you do, yeah? That's a given. So I would suggest to you that this probably hurts you as much as anything, but it's not just those at 60 and older. It's those at 45 to 60, which I'll prove to you in just a little bit. I mean, if you would take the time to analyze your grosses on a car you sell in the first 10, the first 20, the first 30, 45, and 60, and so on, you'd find a dramatic difference between those grosses that are sold on those cars that are older than, let's say, 30 days or so. So it's important to keep an eye on that. Now, Let's talk about reasons for low grosses. Number one, this is the biggest one. You don't have a strategy for problematic units on day one. I'm going to cover that when we get to lifecycle management, but it's critical to have a unique strategy for every unit as it comes into your inventory. All used cars should not be treated the same. They don't all deserve 60. They certainly don't deserve 61, any of them. But number two, we give up gross on money makers. So sometimes some of the software you use will point you in the direction of saying, this is a car based on market day supply and cost to market. They're in your favor. So based on those conditions, you probably should make a good gross on it. And sometimes, believe it or not, we sell cars short. We sell them too fast. So I want to talk about ROI and the recon issue. And I'm going to walk you through ROI in just a second. Now, number one, though, is ROI important? Of course, and you need to be tracking it. Again, I stated this earlier, we all get it. We get paid on gross. But here's something that oftentimes will happen with a car. You'll hear someone say, I don't want to get rid of it because I can't replace it. Now, that's really a false premise. Now, think about what they're saying. They've got a car that's been out there on the lot for 75 days. And someone will say, well, I don't want to get rid of it because I can't replace it. Now, wait a minute. I hit myself in the head when they say that. What are they saying? They're saying, I want some more cars like that are going to sit out there for 75 days. That's what they're really saying. Why would you want to replace that car? That car's been out there for 75 days. If it's been out there for 75 days, there's a reason it's been out there for 75 days. It's been out there because it's a bad color. The equipment mix isn't good. Maybe you buried yourself in it from Jump Street. Maybe it's an auction purchase car, whatever it may be. So let me walk you through ROI, and I want you to keep a couple things in mind here. There's three components that go into ROI. Number one is how much did you have in the car? Now keep in mind though, the sweet spot we're shooting for is 110%. That's based on front gross only. So we're trying to get to at least 110% based on front gross only. You can include F&I if you want to. The standard is not, but you can. And keep in mind though, if you included F&I, you'd have to double or maybe triple this percentage here in terms of what your goal or objective is, because some dealers today are making $2,000 in F&I. The second number that goes into the equation is how many days did you own the car? We own this car 25 days. We got 15 grand in the car. That's a cost. That's one of the components. And number three, how much front gross did you make? And when we run those numbers on this particular car, 12 and on the $15,000 car at 25 days, we hit the sweet spot at 110%. It's 117, so we hit it. Why was it so good? Well, these numbers here all lined up pretty good. I'm not saying that $1,200 is a good gross, but on this car, on a $15,000 car, which isn't a lot of investment, we turned that car in 25 days. Let's take another look at a different example, though. We hit 118%, which hits 110. We held this car for 60 days, though. But in order to hit the sweet spot in 60 days, we got to make $2,900 on a $15,000 car. What do you think the odds are of doing that at 60 days? I was doing a 20 group meeting a number of years ago, and one of the dealers spoke up and he said, Tommy, the problem in the car business is every now and then a miracle happens. See, there's the miracle right there. And we get this miracle thing locked in our head. One time back, a long time ago, we made a deal on a car. We had it for 75 days. We made $5,000 on it. And outside of our head, we're thinking, gee, we can do that again. That's a really bad idea. It's a bad business plan. So look at this one. We only hit 49%. We held the car 60 days, but we made 12. You should be really happy if you made that 12 at 60 on this 15 grand car. But the reason I show you this is, look, sometimes, and this is a judgment call on your part, sometimes you'd be better off to make the 12 wins sooner than later. So we oftentimes do it kind of backwards here. So let me show you another one. So if you're one of the people sitting in the webinar here on this, on the workshop, if you're one of those folks that believes in 90 days, let me show you something. If you get lucky enough to hit that $1,200 at 90 days, the ROI goes in the tank at 30%, 32%. Yeah, you should be happy about this right here. But understand you're really not making money on your money. And if you're going to hit the sweet spot at 90, so take a look at this. It's over 110. If you're going to hit the sweet spot at 90, you're going to make $4,300 at 90 days. What do you think the odds are of doing that? Not very good. Now, $15,000 as an investment in a car isn't a lot anymore, but so it's not unusual. It's not unusual at all to have, let's say, $30,000 tied up in a car. And if you have $30,000 tied up in a car, if you're going to hit the sweet spot at 90 days, you got to make $8,600. And I'll bet you some of you have a $30,000 car sitting out there right now that's 90 days old or older. You're not going to make any money on that car. I mean, God bless you if you can do that. I don't think it's going to happen. Now, 30,000 is a type of car you're going to have, but you'll also have something more expensive than that, like 45. So on a $45,000 car, and some of you have those, and it's not unusual at all today, you're going to make $12,900 on a $45,000 car to hit the sweet spot. The odds are not in your favor. So think about it this way. Let me give you another way to think about it. Let's suppose that you had $1 million in cash. You had $1 million in cash laying around, and you went out in your backyard and you dug a hole and you put that money inside that hole. and you now put $1 million in the hole, but you come back 60 days later and it's only $800,000 in that hole. I don't think you'd be very happy about that, would you? Well, that's kind of what's happening when you're letting inventory set. See, a lot of you right now, if you had to liquidate your used car inventory, you wouldn't have made as much money as you thought you made last year. Here's a spreadsheet we use, and you're welcome to contact me, and I'll give you these for free. It doesn't cost you anything, and these things automatically populate themselves. We get about 350 of them a month, and here's one that came in not too long ago, and we sort it by days in stock. And you can see this deal sold a car in 4 days, and his ROI was 699%. Another 4 days, he made 1,055, 5 days, 589. You can see how good those are right there. He had this goofy deal at 19 days. It was -4, but these are all pretty good. One of the things we noticed over time, and I promise you, if you go check yours, it'll look the same way to you. Somewhere around that 35, 45 day mark, the ROI is going to the tank. See how bad these are here? So, I'm not saying you should be dumping cars at 35 or 45 days or whatever. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that everybody on your team has to be aware of the consequences of cars sitting too long. Oftentimes they get tied up in service and that sort of thing. So let's go back up at the top and look at this real quick here. See these cars here, 4 days, 4 days, 5 days. See how good these ROIs are? You can't sell a car in 4 days if it jacks around in service for 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever. You can't hit these kind of numbers ever. So you've got to have a good recon process, and you really do need a good recon tool. Here's an example of one. But if you're not using a recon tool, you really should invest in that. And they're really very inexpensive. If you're using Google Docs, I'm not a fan because it doesn't do a lot of the things that you can do with software. And it's important to always know where your cars are and how long they've been wherever they are. So we got one car in service here, and you can click on these bubbles in this particular type here and find out how long the cars have been there. Look, you can't fix what you don't know. See, your recon operation is always going to be going up and down. You're going to have times when you get them through in 2 or 3 days and times when it's going to take a week or 10. But if you don't know where the snafu is, if you don't know what's holding you up, you can never fix it. And a tool like this will allow you to have direct communication with text messages and what have you, where you can communicate back and forth between the service writer and we've asked them to hold this car to $800 or whatever, but it gives you a record. So you really do need that. And here's what else you need. You need to make sure that you have a photo booth. And I don't know how you can be successful today without a photo booth. So here's an example. So once a car finishes recon, it goes into the photo booth, no doubt. Well, here's an example of a little guy. This is a dealer client of ours in West Virginia. He's on a little 2-lane road, sells about 150 used cars a month in a little bitty small town, only dealer in town, but he's not close to much of anything. Got a really nice photo booth here though. And there's nothing fancy about this is my point. He's got a nice looking floor that's nice and clean, pretty standard lights up here. Here's a big guy. You might recognize this one. I think it's from Texas Direct, no doubt. They both look really nice, but they probably spent more money than they did. I don't know. Here's a dealer that's got a photo booth, but this is just unbelievable. I picked this off the internet just recently. He's got a photo booth, but he got snow on his car. Look, it's going to be hard for you to be competitive in today's world with you taking pictures outside. You really do need a photo booth. Now, when it comes to a photo booth, really all you need is 2 stalls. Paint them up and light them up. Look, if you don't have 2 stalls, you got to do something about it. You got to find some space. If I bought another dealership today, the first thing I'd invest in is a photo booth. If I had to rent more space up the street, put up a Quonset hut, put up a tent, I would do something. So you get 2 stalls, you paint them up, you light them up, you buy a nice camera. A lot of today, really, you could probably use an iPhone or something like that. Develop a nice template to use. And certainly you're probably going to have to invest $3,000 to $5,000. And you can pay a company to come in and do it for you, but you could probably do it yourself without too much of a problem. So then I want to talk about 30 is the new 60. I alluded to that when I was kind of going through the agenda a second ago. Here's something you should be tracking. And we have a spreadsheet, welcome to it. On the left-hand side, each time you deliver a car, you're going to log the cars in. If this car was sold under 30 days, we'll put a car over here. If it was over 30 days old when we sold, I encourage you, if you only did this for 1 month, it would really open your eyes. So I'm going to put a couple of cars in here to kind of show you how it populates itself. So I've got a car, and we made 1724 on the front, and that car was sold in under 30 days. So it goes in this column over here. On the right-hand side, I'm going to put another car in, and we made 765, and it's a purchase car. Imagine that, P2980. Imagine a purchase car making less gross. I'm going to put one more car in to kind of finish this out so you can see it's going to populate itself. It changed these numbers up here. And so at the end of the month, if this was a whole month, and obviously it's not, but if this was a whole month, 66% of this dealer's inventory was sold in under 30 days. You'll notice that his average grows. Back up here just a second, excuse me. Notice that his average is 1764 on those cars that were under 30 days old. and those over is 765. I want you to visualize this. If it was a lot of cars for a whole month, that this average over here is going to drag this down dramatically. And as I was pointing out, this dealer shows 66% of their cars in the first 30 days. Write this down and keep this as a benchmark. Go look at your current inventory right now. And what you want to have in your current inventory is at least 65% or more of your inventory, current inventory, that's under 30 days old. When you're in that position, you're in the best position to make gross profit. Here's some sheets that have come into us recently. This deal is making 2602 a copy. Under 30, he's making 775. Over 30. And you can see what the drag this is going to be on this deal. And by the way, this guy here, this is a real dealer. This is a whole month. This guy only sold 21% of his cars that were under 30 days old. So that's an absolute killer. I'll show you a couple of quick other examples. Here's one that was 1424 and 542. Again, the 542. This is all going to be always different, but let me tell you what won't be different. I mean, the numbers, these two numbers are going to be different, but this number on this side will never be higher than the number on this side. It's something really freaky. I've never seen one of those. On this side over here, it's 1897, 916.7. Just want to show you some examples. Now, jumping around a little bit here, I've just showed you that's a historical data. That's what you've been doing as you've been going along through the month. A lot of the software today will show you something that looks like this, a rolling 30-day count. This is what you really need to start to get focused on. How many cars have you sold in the last 30 days? Not last month, but the last 30 days. And in this example, this dealer has sold 41 units in the last 30 days with 72 units currently on hand. So this dealer has 31 too many units. So if this was my dealership, I'd say, look, no more auction purchases, no more outside purchases. I mean, unless you're going to buy a car from one of your customers, but no more outside purchases, basically, and no more auction purchases. Now, there's another example right here. This dealer here sold 42 units in the last 30 days. He only got 21 on the hand. So they're short by 21 units. This is the type of things that you need to be monitoring and paying attention. If this was my dealership, I'd say, look, we got to go out and buy some more cars, no doubt. I'm going to give you the basics of all basics. So here's the basics of all basics. You need to know every day of your life, what is your average cost per unit in stock? It doesn't matter what the number is. If you look at it this morning, your average cost per unit in stock is, let's say, $20,000. Your mindset should be, what can I do to get to 19.5 to 19, and so on. The more you compress your average cost per unit in stock, the more you get in the used car business and not in the news car business. News cars is when your average cost per unit in stock keeps raising up and up and up and gets very close to your new car pricing. And now you're in a trick bag when the factory comes out with rebates and incentives and interest rates and all the interesting things that they come out with. Now, this concept applies regardless of what type of new car franchise you had. If you're a Mercedes dealer, this applies. If you had a buy here, pay here lot, this applies. So over here on the left-hand side, you'll notice this is some software you might be familiar with. 0 to 15 days, 16 to 30 days, 31 to 45. This is different buckets for this dealer. And over here, it's showing the average cost for each of those units. 14, 15, 16, 22, and 23. What you notice is, and this generally is the way it works out, go take a look at yours, is that the more expensive cars are taking longer to sell. There's fewer butts that can fit in the seat. And for this dealership right here, see, their average cost is 17,802. And the mindset should be to try to press that down. There is no magic number. You're not trying to get to 12,000. It'd be great if you did, but that's not the goal or objective. Now, this number will bump up from time to time. It'll go up. It's going to kick up for a couple of reasons. One of them is a better reason than the other. You're going to trade for some high dollar stuff. Of course you are. And that's okay. Keep that in mind. That's fine. Are you going to buy some high dollar stuff? You need to know what you're doing when you do that. If you jump out and buy some high dollar stuff, but it's going to kick it up. But you want to get right back on the page and press it down. Now, someone's sitting in the room thinking, well, gee, Tommy's saying that we need to go out and buy cheaper cars. That's not what I'm saying at all. It's not so much about what you buy. It's about what you keep versus what you don't let get away from you. See, sometimes we're wholesaling some of that cheaper stuff because we don't want to deal with the issue of getting it through service, and service is overcharging us. And your dealership probably needs to take a look at having a two-tiered pricing scheme for those cheaper cars, but that's another subject for a different day. But the bottom line here is it's about keeping some of that cheaper stuff, and it's about making sure you sell some of that more expensive stuff faster. That's what helps press it down. I would require my used car manager, if I were you, or if you are the used car manager, to print this page out every day, circle that number, and put your initials right inside that circle and put it on the dealer or GM's desk every morning. You ought to do that. It's just a really good discipline. So the more you pressure your average cost per unit in stock down, the better off you're going to be. That takes us to those expensive units are eating your lunch. So here's what I want you to consider doing. I want you to consider each day printing out your inventory with your 10 most expensive units at the top. So when you sort it out, we're going to print it out by investment, not by days in stock, but by investment or cost, however you want to think about that. And you can see I've done it here, 25, 24, and so on. And we're going to attack the 10 most expensive units. I put this on an Excel spreadsheet to make it a little easier for you to see. And on this Excel spreadsheet, you can see that I've got it right here. This is the 10th car. And we're going to attack them. Now, what do I mean by attack them? Well, first and foremost, what we're going to do every day, by the way, there's only one definition for the word every day, okay? Every day, I'm going to print that copy out. I'm going to draw a line at the 10th most expensive car, and I'm going to give a copy of this to the service director. When I say service director, it might be your service manager, it might be your ASM, it might be your recon manager, but I'm going to give them a copy every morning. I'm the used car manager. We're going to have a very clear understanding between myself and the service personnel that if any of these 10 cars on this list happen to be in service, you got to get them out in a hurry. Why do they have to get them out in a hurry? They have to get them out in a hurry because those more expensive cars, I've got the most money at risk. It'll be the most difficult ones for me to make money on. So everybody's got to get on the same page. So all I'll do is give this to them and say, hey, stock number 2345 is in your service department. I need you to get this car out. We can't mess around with this car. Number next, I'm going to give a copy to everybody on the sales management team, including BDC, F&I, Internet, desk manager, sales manager. Everybody's going to get a copy. I need everybody on the team to have top of mind awareness of these 10 most expensive cars. Number next, I'm also going to price these units at a bargain basement price. I'm going to throw my normal pricing scheme out the window with an exception, which I'll give you in a second. On these units here, I want to price them so they go away sooner than later. See, oftentimes we have this strategy where we think we should make more money on a more expensive car, and you really should. But history will show you that the more expensive units are not the ones you make a lot of money on, and you certainly don't make a good ROI on them. So they are somewhat problematic often. So I'm going to price these units at a really low price. There could be some units in here. It might be a $45,000 truck we just traded in, and I buried myself in that truck. I'm probably going to price that car for what I have in it or less, believe it or not. But the sooner it goes away, the better off it's going to be. Now, here's the exception. You got to use some common sense. If I've got a unit in my 10 most expensive units, and I know I always make good money on it, why would I want to serve it up at a bargain basement price? And bullet point number 4 in this group here is I want to consider putting some bonus money on. I said, consider putting some bonus money on. See, it's not unusual in this business for us to sell used cars when they get to be around 60 days or less. It's around 60 days or so old, rather. We'll sell them at what we have in it, either for what we have in it, or maybe sell it for a little bit of a loss when it gets to be around 60 days old or so. And so what we'll also end up doing, though, is we end up paying the salesman like a $500 bonus on those cars to make them go away. So we're selling a car, not making any money or losing money, and paying a bonus on it. Now, dealers are really smart people. They're looking at the financial statement every month, and they're looking at something called salesman's compensation. And if you do that sort of thing with any consistency, pretty soon salesman's comp is going to get out of line. Dealers have all been taught that after you shake at all the accounting things that we do with our inventories, that we should make somewhere between 17 and 20%. We should pay out 17 to 20%. And pretty soon that 17 to 20% goes to 22, 25, 28. At some point, when the dealer sees that salesman's comp is creeping up and up and up, at some point, they're going to conclude that we have a problem with the salesman's pay plan. And what does a typical dealer do when we have a problem with the salesman's pay plan? They change the pay plan, which is always a very happy and exciting event in the dealership. Look, there was probably nothing wrong with the pay plan. What's wrong is how you're managing the inventory. You'd be better off on some units. I didn't say all of them. I said on some units, some of the more expensive ones, to put some bonus money on them sooner than later. See, we sort of do it kind of backwards on that. We pay people a lot of money to lose money, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So you'll also find oftentimes that on these units I'm talking about, you'll find that these are also some of your oldest units. So here's something we use in our software, and a lot of your software vendors have this sort of thing, where it's a bubble chart. And we have a line drawn here where profit is. These are the profit lines over here. And anything below that line, we're selling at a loss. Anything above it is a profit card. And then we have another line here that we've drawn at 40 days, because remember I said to you earlier that somewhere around that 35 or 45 day mark or so, ROI goes in the tank. And so anything to the right of that line should be concerning to you. As you hover over the bubbles, you'll notice the bubbles are different sizes. The larger the bubble, the larger the investment. If I hover over that bubble, it'll show you all the information you need to know about the car. This car is right now sitting on a 106% ROI if they sold it for the internet price. They've got $4,100 worth of gross in it. That's great. But the bottom line is this car, they gave it a life cycle of 60 days. It's starting to age out. It's at 45. Pay attention to your higher dollar units. It'll really, really help you. And again, if you can make those go away sooner, and I'm not saying you should give them all away, but the sooner you make them go away, the better off you're probably going to be. I'm going to talk about life cycle management. And in life cycle management, this is probably the thing that will help you the absolute most. And so when I use the word life cycle management, I'm talking about from the day the car came in inventory to the day it goes away. So you really need a specific area as cars come into inventory. And as they come in, you got a staging area, whether it's a purchase car, trade-in, that's where those units are parked. It starts on day one with the trade walk. If you're not doing a trade walk with all the members of the management team, you should put that in play. It should happen right after your Save a Deal meeting. Now, the group of managers each morning are going to walk the lot, look at all these fresh pieces that just came in, and we're going to decide whether we're going to wholesale or retail that unit. But who's going to make that decision? The entire management team. You don't want one person making that decision. And at that time, all vehicles are going to be assigned an expiration date. See, they all don't get 60 days. I'll break that down for you in a second, but they all don't deserve 60 days. If you saw that movie, Wayne's World, there's a scene in Wayne's World where they're screaming, "We're not worthy, we're not worthy." Remember that? All used cars aren't worthy of 60 days. So it takes us to life cycle reality. So in life cycle reality, when you have these issues, and here's some of the issues you may have: acquisition to the shop. You will acquire cars. It takes a long time to transport them, get them into your shop, or they sit out back for some length of time. That's going to be a problem for you because you've got to get them moving quickly. The faster we get them through the system, the better off we're going to be. And then we have shop and parts issues once they get inside the shop. We don't have enough technicians, or we don't have enough lifts, something breaks down. Those things are going to happen to you. The quality of photos. I mean, again, you've got to have quality photos. You need a photo booth. They don't get posted on the internet in a timely manner sometimes, and that will hurt you. We pretty well solved that problem, I think, in most dealerships. You have an attitude about pricing, and then certainly here's the big one: you don't identify problematic units on day one. When you don't identify your problematic units, which is what life cycle management's all about, it's going to slow things down. So if any of this is happening over here, here's the problems that are going to be created. You're going to get a slow turn, and aging is going to occur, no doubt. When aging occurs, you can't do volume and gross. You just can't step up and do business. You end up with a poor return on investment, no doubt. Attitudes and inspiration. People can't be very inspired when things are really dragging and you're not getting anything done around there. And certainly sourcing trades and purchasing more units becomes difficult, because why should we go out and buy certain cars or step up on some cars when the shop is all backed up and we can't get anything done, and it's absolutely killing us? And so we're going to use something called early warning radar. This is how we identify problematic units. We use something called EWR, and we put in there this little decal. You can have them made up yourself, and you put them on the most problematic cars. So I'm going to identify for you some suggestions on what problematic cars might look like. The first problematic car would be one that you overappraise. And get your head around this. We're now in the course having the trade walk. We're standing out there this morning. We're looking at the cars that came in last night. And as we look at those cars as a group, we're going, okay, I'm the used car manager. Look, I'm saying to the group, we overpraised this car. We killed ourselves in this car. We need to make this car go away. We have too much money in it. That would be a problematic car. See, if you were right now to go and take a look at your used car inventory and look at your oldest units in stock, doesn't matter if it's 55 days or 155 days old, ask yourself why that car is still there. Some of the things that I'm going to show you now would be why. And whatever reason you come up with, that was present on day one, but you chose to ignore it. I'm trying to get you to pay attention to it here. It's a make or deal car. So we're all standing here looking at this car. The only reason the car is here this morning with us is because last night it made something go away that needed to go away. We had a new car that's been in the inventory for 300 days. Nobody's even cracked the door on it. This customer showed up with this car last night, and we kill ourselves in this car. It's a make a deal car. It made something else go away. It's going to happen to you. It's got odd equipment. You know what odd equipment is. We can agree, I bet, that there's certain cars that need certain type of equipment on them. Some cars need a sunroof. Some cars need leather interior. Some cars need a certain GPS. Some cars need certain wheels. You got to figure out, is this a problematic unit because the equipment on this car is odd? Sometimes it's just a bad model model for your store. There's some units, and you know what they are, that just never do well at your store. Every time they show up, it's a struggle. I don't know what it might be for you. It's different for everyone, but you got to use some common sense. You're standing at someone looking at this car you just traded in, and it's a problematic unit, and you choose to ignore it. No, what we're going to do on these cars, we're going to shorten the life cycle on these cars. See, rather than give these cars 60 days, we're going to give them 45 or 30. And our goal or objective is going to be to find a retail buyer before the car gets to that number. There's a number somebody will pay for it. See, this is going to actually improve your average gross profit. It's going to help you with volume, and wholesale losses will be nil. It's a bad color. Certainly, you know what a bad color is. A car doesn't become a bad color on day 60 when it's a bad color on day 1. So right now, if you look at your inventory and you go, wow, this car is still here and it's a crappy color and that's why we hadn't sold it. Hello, you should have already found a home for that car. There's a price somebody's willing to pay for it. You got no experience with it. You're a Ford dealer. You're trading a Mercedes convertible, but you decide to keep it. You don't know much about it. You really probably ought to price that car right and get it out of here instead of trying to hang on to it and hitting a home run. It's a customer trade out. Sometimes you have to trade customers out of cars for whatever reason. They've owned the car 6 months. Look, most of the time, if you have to take a customer out of a car early, like shortly after they bought the car, you're not going to make any money on it. Price it right, get it gone. It's problematic. It's a potentially a large repair order. I said to you, I want the service manager, the recon manager, whoever that may be, in that trade walk meeting. They sometimes know something about cars you don't know. You may have thought you're going to spend $800 on this car, and they say it's going to be $1,800. You might want to off that car. You might keep it, and if the RO buries you in it, then you're going to shorten the life cycle on this car. It's a high dollar vehicle. It's a car you got 50 grand in or 60 grand in, whatever it may be. High dollar will be different for each store. If you're a Mercedes dealer, maybe 50 or 60 grand isn't high dollar. Trust me, they have problems with the really high dollar stuff. But if it's a high dollar car, unless it's something exceptional about it, you're going to price it right, get it out of here. And of course, if it's got high miles, I mean, I'll have someone say to me, I'll say to them, why haven't you sold that car yet? You've had it 75 days. Well, it's high miles. Hello, it had high miles when you got it. Auction purchase cars. Anything you buy at the auction, I would suggest that you shorten the life cycle on it. Assign it early warning radar. It's a problematic car. Look, you don't steal anything at the auctions. I don't care how great a buyer you may be or you may have that works with you. Doesn't matter. You just don't steal anything there. So we're going to always shorten the life cycle on these with very few exceptions. 45 or 30 days. The goal or objective is to find a retail buyer in 45 or 30 days. Now, gut feeling. I'm cool with gut feeling. You ever looked at a car and you go, man, something about this car really bothers me. I don't know what it is, but something about it. Look, see this state right here? It says horse versus zebra. When you've seen thousands of horses in your life and a zebra runs through the herd, can't you spot it? It's problematic. Shorten the life cycle. Now, here's my suggested expiration dates. So we're going to, some of these cars are going to get early warning radar, some will not. If it's a wholesale piece, don't let those cars sit around for more than 10 days. I mean, I'm talking about a true wholesale piece. You decided to wholesale it from Jump Street, get it out of here. You're here, used car manager, say, well, I'm going to wholesale it. And then 2 weeks later, you ask them about the car. Well, I'm going to wholesale it. Hello, get the car gone. Don't mess around. Budget center cars. I encourage everybody to have some place on your lot where you have your inexpensive cars. And if it's a cheaper car, I'm probably going to shorten the life cycle on most of those because something will kick in called lot rot. And then certainly on problematic purchase units, if it's problematic in some way or another, or it's an auction purchase unit, I'm going to shorten it to probably 45 days or less. And then all my other nice cars, my trade-ins, my custom acquisitions, I'm going to give those 60 days probably. So look, if you're on a 60-day turn, if you believe in 60, there's no reason today to have a car over 60 days old. The pandemic should have helped you with that because people were able to sell cars they hadn't been able to sell before because there was a shortage of inventory. There's no reason to ever have 60 days old units, pandemic or not. You need to learn to count backwards. So if you give a car 60 days, it's not about how old that unit happens to be. It's about how many days are left in its life cycle. And so you count backwards. So if I gave a car 60 and it's 45 days old, it's not really 45 days old. It's really got 15 days left to go in its life cycle. Now I'm going to show you something here. This is two dealers we did a study on about a year ago, and this guy does not use life cycle management. Do you remember the part when I was talking about 30-30 and the importance of paying attention to that? This guy sold 28 cars in the first 30 days and he made $17.58 a copy. He sold 52 used cars in the second 30 days at $7.11 a copy. You could see right away the 7-Eleven is going to drag this down. And he sold a lot more cars in the second 30. So when you shake this all out and you come down to the bottom after wholesale losses, this guy made $7.99 a copy on 80 units. this really dragged, the 7-Eleven dragged him down. Here's a guy that uses life cycle management. He sold 62 in the first 30 for 1576. He sold a lot more in the first 30 than the other guy, but his average gross was less. Why was it less? It was less because he was identifying problematic units and pricing them right and getting them gone. But look at the second 30. He sold 27 in the second 30, 1126, far better than this guy. So when you shake it all out, he sold 89 cars, 9 more than the other guy, at 1364 copy versus 799, almost double. And he actually, just on 9 more units, made $57,000 more in gross. Life cycle management starts with the trade walk. You got to be committed to it. Creates a sense of urgency. Intensity goes way up when you do this. Aging occurs when? On day 1, not day 61. It's a very simple discipline, yeah? What will it do for you? Well, what it's going to do is to control your destiny. You're going to get a faster overall turn. Your volume's going to go up, no doubt. You're going to reduce wholesale losses, and gross goes up. And the gross goes up because you're spinning those more problematic cars faster. Now, the last section I want to talk about is fix your hot mess. You may not have a hot mess, but one day you're going to look out there and you're going to have a whole bunch of age stuff. And the reason I'm showing you this, even if you don't have a bunch of age stuff, I'm showing you this because I want to show you the benefit of you retailing cars versus you having to wholesale cars at the end of anything's life cycle. So I would suggest if you ever have such a problem that you consider writing your inventory down. And I know that's painful and people hate to do it because they end up in that same fix 90 days later because you didn't change anything. If you write the inventory down, we're going to apply life cycle management. So I'm going to give you a couple of bullet points, a couple of examples here. You put the stock number, and we have these spreadsheets if you want them, the model, where it came from, and how old this vehicle is. The current ACV on this car is $18,000. We adjusted to 16.5, so we're going to write this car down by $1,500. The new retail price we're going to put the car at is $18,000, which was the original ACV, by the way. The issue on this car was it's a bad color. The life cycle we're going to give this car, I'm only going to give it 20 days. Why am I going to give it 20 days? I've now got it priced right. I'm in it right. We've had this car sitting around for 75 days. You don't need to keep it any longer. And the system will tell you the expiration date and how many days you have left in the countdown. One more car. And this car here, we've had it 85 days. We've got 15 grand in it. We write it down by 13,000. The write down is 2,000. I'm going to put a new retail on of 13.5. This was high miles. It was the owner's neighbor that happens. We're going to give it 30 days and the expiration date and the countdown. Now, here's what I want to wrap your head around. Remember in the beginning of the pandemic, there was some folks that went out and they wholesaled their used car inventory. Some of them wholesaled their entire inventory because the market had dropped so bad. And they went out and thought that if they wholesale the inventory, turned it into cash, they could go out and buy cars cheaper. I think that's a pretty much a bad idea for most people because you're never going to get to recoup that money. Think about it this way. If we dump these cars, and we only got 2 here, but if we dumped them, we would lose this $3,500 here and we can never recover. Now, if we keep them, let's say that after the write down, we make $2,000 a copy. So we're going to make $2,000 a copy on the front after the write down. If we sell them for the way we have them listed, this number here is incorrect at 35. Don't worry about that. Maybe we make 1,000 F&I. Some dealers are making 2,000, and let's say you have a dock fee of 500. So in the final analysis, though, what really this adds up to is we're going to make $3,500 on 2 cars by not dumping them versus losing $3,500 on cars had we dumped them. You can never recoup this if you go dump them. And this doesn't apply to everybody in every set of circumstances, but I'm simply saying to you that in the big picture, we're always better off to retail our cars. So let me give you a quick little recap here. Let's review. The first thing I talked about was making sure that we pick the right used car manager, and I gave you some characteristics of what all managers should have about them. Bullet point number 1 was, are you paying attention to ROI in the recon and photos? So you really need to understand that there's a connection between getting a good ROI and getting cars through recon and having great photos online. Bullet point number 2 was, are you on top of your over and under 30 days? And that rolling 30-day count. You really ought to try tracking your over and under 30 days. If you didn't do it before 1 month, you'd see what's going on, and the light bulb would go off. What's your current number? Meaning, what's your average cost per used car in stock? Do you know that number? Are you paying attention to it? Number 4, where are your 10 most expensive units? Do you know what they are and where they are? Those units are costing you money. You need to get on top of those. These are simple things that anybody can apply. And number 5 was life cycle management. Are you managing the life cycle of each unit? See, you can't treat them all the same. When you first got in the business, someone said, every used car must stand on its own, but you don't do it that way. You're treating them all the same by letting them have 60. Some of you let them have over 60. That's a really bad idea. You need to get off of that idea. And number 6 was retaility hot mess. Again, if you ever have a hot mess and you have a bunch of aged stuff, my suggestion is you consider writing it down and adjusting the life cycle on those cars, and you'd be so much better off of doing it because you can't recoup things you wholesale. So I'm Tommy Gibbs. This ends my workshop. Stay tuned because we're going to have some questions and answers.
Кажется, что эти два новых семинара дали нам снова огромное количество ценностей. Особенно мне понравились те KPI, которые были предложены для управления складом. Во многом довольно свежий подход. Не везде он сейчас используется. Стоит попробовать. Перед тем, как передать вас в руки следующих спикеров, выступающих с семинарами, хочу напомнить, что по-прежнему в разделе с онлайн-экскурсиями по зоне экспозиции на EDA, по зоне экспозиции с более чем 300 компаниями в этот раз, по-прежнему в этом разделе доступны короткие, всего 20-минутные тематические туры от спикеров-экспертов. Там 7 туров, начиная от финансовых услуг, заканчивая цифровым ритейлом. Коллеги взяли по 3-5 компаний, кто-то чуть-чуть побольше 7, и в очень коротком, емком режиме описали те преимущества, те новшества, те самые, что называется, up-to-date технологии, самые современные, которые можно использовать, которые можно их использовать не просто, но можно найти всегда аналоги в России, либо самому себе подсказать, где требуется какая-то тонкая настройка и какой-то новый взгляд на автоматизацию бизнес-процессов. Эти экскурсии доступны там в течение всего дня, они доступны в любое время суток сегодня и завтра. Не упустите возможность их посмотреть. Короткие, емкие, классные. Но так как у нас сегодня тема сервиса, то у нас есть хорошая новость. Нам удалось договориться с командой РОАД еще об одной экскурсии от такой компании, как Эквинет. Это экскурсия по стенду. Чаще всего этот стенд самый крупный в зоне экспозиции, самый крупный со всем оборудованием для сервисных станций. Это стенд компании Hunter. Я вам настоятельно... Он появится сегодня около 16:30 в доступе по той же самой ссылке и будет доступен до конца сегодняшнего дня. И я рекомендую вам после... Те, кто интересуется именно потоком сервиса, я рекомендую вам после того, как закончатся семинары и закончится панельная дискуссия, обратить свое внимание на эту специальную дополнительную интерактивную экскурсию. Там есть оборудование, которое на самом деле бесконтактным образом помогает все автомобили, например, просто как пример, оно меня просто впечатлило, все автомобили, которые заезжают на сервисную станцию, диагностировать развал схождения и предлагать клиенту и обосновывать ему расширение заказнаряда по этому направлению. Ну, а пока мы двигаемся дальше, и следующие 2 семинара – это семинар по e-commerce, причем по e-commerce не как мы привыкли обсуждать, мы обычно говорим о продажах новых подержанных автомобилей, но в данном случае Марк Михальский и Брайан Кроссин подготовили нам интересную тему по e-commerce запасных частей. Безусловно, у американского рынка есть своя специфика, но я уверен, каждый специалист сумеет адаптировать их идеи и их приемы под нашу местную специфику. Ну и, что важно, по треку продаж Патрик McMullen вместе со своим коллегой поделятся творческим подходом к тому, как выкупать больше автомобилей, как начинать походить больше на тех, кто из лидеров рынка в США, в отличие от традиционных дилеров, выкупает больше, выкупает эффективнее, как взять их приемы и использовать даже на не многобрендовом, там, мультибрендовой группы, не в мультибрендовой группе компаний, а в рамках одного отдельно стоящего дилерского центра. Приступим?
Hello, and welcome to our episode at the NADA show, Creative Ways to Acquire Used Inventory. My name is Patrick McMullen with Max Digital. I'm a Senior Vice President of Strategic Accounts, and I have my good friend and colleague with me today, Tim Scoutless. Tim, why don't you tell the good folks a little about yourself?
Hey, welcome to NADA 2021 Virtual Edition. Thank you very much, Patrick. It's good to be here with you. My name is Tim Scoutless. I am the Director of Strategic Accounts with Max Digital, coming to you live from Wilmington, North Carolina. This is pretty awesome. What do you think, Patrick?
It is pretty cool. It's a little different. You know, I've spoken at NADA in the past, you know, and it's fun to interact with the crowd and talk to people afterwards. And I'm sure missing being there in person this year with all the fine dealer folks that we work with and for. So, but hey, we gotta overcome adversity. So here we are online. I'm coming to you live from Tampa, Florida. So, cool. Tim, so what are we going to talk about today?
Hey, so today we are going to talk about creative ways to acquire used car inventory. Right? If you are a dealer today trying to acquire used car inventory, it has probably been a challenge. If you look all over the internet and what you're hearing from dealers coast to coast, right? Getting the right car at the right price has never been tougher. I think we've got a couple of ways that we can share with you guys that are unique, creative, and maybe some more traditional ways, maybe a spin on a couple of traditional ways to make sure you guys are doing things right. Right?
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
So we have this.
You got to go back a slide. We got to put the announcement out there.
The NADA disclaimer, right? The views and opinions presented in this educational program,
especially Tim's
company handout.
So we don't have to read this, but we just have to put this on there for contractual purposes.
Good job. All right, great. So let's move on. Everybody's got that.
Let's go.
So what are we going to cover today, Patrick? Why don't you run through the agenda real fast here?
Yeah, so we're going to dive deep into each one of these topics, but really the whole crux of this is 5 steps to get creative when sourcing your inventory, and we're going to talk about things that not just from us. Tim and I are both from the industry now on the vendor side. We both worked at CarMax, eons ago. Tim was a pre-owned director for the Penske Automotive Group, so we've gotten our hands dirty in the industry, both on the vendor side and the franchise and big box retail side. So these are, our opinions. These are things that we see tried and true that actually work at dealerships. And being that Tim and I work with our strategic accounts, we work with some of the largest automotive groups in the country. So we're bringing some of those best practices to you fine folks. So we're gonna cover those 5 steps to get creative. Why buy from customers versus the auction, right? Auctions are a great place to source inventory, Tim, but I think you'd agree that car that you buy from the customer usually does a lot better for you than the car that you went off-site and sourced, right?
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
Are you utilizing your service lane? There's a ton of former and conquest customers sitting there right in your dealership. What are we doing to mine some of that inventory? And Tim's going to share a great story with you about how what he used to do when he was behind the desk. I think he called it Wacky Wednesday. So we'll get to that. Private sellers, right? So people that are trying to sell their car on their own. We have some great stories behind that and some ways to implement that type of process in your dealership. And being that we work with these large groups, we're going to bring a case study from our good friends up in the Midwest and in Minnesota, and some creative things that they do, and they've been phenomenal over the last few years with process and procedure. And then time permitting, we got some bonus ideas. If we don't get to that based upon time, this will be available and there will be handouts. So Tim, once you want to start here?
Right. So great. I think there's plenty of stuff to talk about here. So number one, out of all the things that we're going to talk about today, I think it's important to talk about culture, right, Patrick? So the first thing I think when it comes to, if you want to get involved in being creative about acquiring inventory outside of the auction, and we'll talk about why it's important, I think, to consider inventory directly from the consumers, you must come up with a unique and strong consumer value proposition, right? So what sorts of things do you think are there, Patrick?
Right? It's got to be well communicated too.
Absolutely.
I don't think you said proposition too clearly. So well communicated is the key. Oh. Tim and I, we worked together for a long time, so we like to go back and forth together. But these are things, Tim, that dealers they do intuitively, but they don't have it down anywhere. It might be part of their culture, but if a customer walks through the front door and they don't know what your value prop is, you're doing yourself a disservice, right? So we're going to show you, your value prop has to be anywhere that your customers are, whether that's online on your website, whether that's when they walk through the front door and you have, big banners that you hang on the wall or put right next to the front door that talk about how you're different. I mean, Tim, we talk about all the time, that the space has changed, right? The average consumer, they don't go down dealer row and kick a bunch of tires. They find that one or two cars that they're interested in, and they drive right to the dealership, right? Or they pick up the phone and they call. So is that part of your salespeople's vernacular? Things like 7-day, 500-mile, purchase offer. I know that's we have a lot of dealers that are still hesitant to do that, Tim. Will you go to the client's home or office and do a mobile appraisal? There's other the competitors out there like Carvana and the Rooms that they'll do it online and come pick it up. We cut them a check on the spot. And Tim, I know this is a big hot button for yours, and I'll let you expand here in a second, but your mobile process online has to match the in-store process. Do you agree?
Yeah, totally. So let's dive a little bit deeper into each one of these. We talk about the unique customer offer, and you want to take the one end of the spectrum is somebody like CarMax. So Patrick and I both spent some early time in our careers working for CarMax, and I look at these equities here, and they've come a long way. 7 days to change your mind, right? Drive worry-free for 90 days or 4,000 miles. God, can you imagine? It
used to be 3 days when we worked there. You had 3 days to make up your mind.
Yeah.
And now you got a whole week.
Totally. And these are things that I think a lot of traditional franchise dealers will look at and go, there's just no way that I can do that. And listen, I get it. I worked in the traditional franchise dealer world for many, many years. I understand where you guys are coming from. But let me tell you something. If a customer comes to the store and, if they gripe enough, aren't you probably going to take the car back? Aren't you probably going to do something for them? Wouldn't it be fine to just document how far you would go, right? And even if it's 30 days or 1 day or whatever, a mile, let the customer know that you're willing to go the distance to make it right for them.
Tim, I know we've had this back and forth with some of our dealers, over the years. Of your groups that actually have this return policy, what percentage of the cars that they sell actually come back?
It's less than 5%. I show this up here about the Luther advantage. So my buddy's up in Minneapolis. I was there when they put this process in place. I was part of the discussions, and I'm going to tell you, I heard it from the GMs. There's no way we can do this. There's absolutely no way that we can put in a money back guarantee. And all of the general managers, they couldn't be pushing back anymore. Let me tell you, what they've noticed in the 8 years since they put this in place, it's a non-factor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it really like a money back guarantee, or is it like your best chance to make the situation right? The customer now knows they can comfortably come back to the store and you're going to make it right. And that's all that it's about. And I think it's important that as dealers, if we want to get into this world where we're going to acquire inventory directly from the consumer, we need to be upfront with the customers how we're going to deal with them and make things right.
Yeah, of that 5%, Tim, you know, like you said, it's the money back guarantee. I would feel safe in saying probably 75 to 80% of those, they switch them into another car. So it's not like they're losing customers and they're unwinding a bunch of deals. Yeah. They're making it right by the customer. But more importantly, when that customer comes through the front door, and I've seen this at Luther and other groups, where this is part of the salesperson's word track. Before they even talk about what car they're interested in, you know, what they're there to accomplish today, they walk them right over to something very similar to this, and they walk them through this Advantage program that they have. I mean, even things like, 10% off or 10 cents off gas at participating locations, different things, that free car washes for life. Those are things that we do as dealers for our customers, but we don't tell them up front. And if I'm on the fence between dealer A and dealer B, and I end up at dealer B and they have all these cool perks for me for being part of the quote unquote family, I'm everything else, equal, I'm probably going to go with the one that, earned my trust up front.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, where do they put those signs? Do they put them, all over the place?
So they have them as table toppers at salespeople's desks. They some dealerships have them as walk-in posters, right by the door or by the reception area, by the restroom and the service area. It's on their website. It's in their advertising. It's become sort of the mantra, right? Hey, before you buy a car from us, make sure you're aware of the Luther Advantage.
Well, you said at the beginning, it's about culture, right? And you got to change that culture. And they, kicking and screaming, a lot of dealers, are opposed to that. But once it becomes ingrained in your culture, it spreads like wildfire, and it becomes your culture. So, kudos to those guys. And if you're thinking about it, there's plenty of examples out there that we can help you with.
All right. So next piece, if you were talking about culture, what is, if you want to be a dealer that separates themselves from everybody else online, look, I saw this picture when it first came out. It's this Carvana tractor trailer, the lip rollback here is, I don't know, this picture's probably 5-6 years old. But you think about it, they were ahead of their time. Right? They were willing to go what I call the last mile before anybody was even talking about it. And think about the last, year of our lives. We really have kind of pivoted into a delivery society. I know my kids spending money on DoorDash and all sorts of delivery things to the house now because we don't go out as much. They were doing it before it was even popular to do it. Mm-hmm. So, if you want to, put something in about your culture, put something in that separates you from everybody else, be willing to go that last mile to acquire that inventory. Because you know what? That really, really nice car that you need to sell on your used car lot that's going to make you the most money, I guarantee you it's not making it to the auction. It's probably 100%. Still sitting in someone's driveway, right? Wouldn't you say, Patrick?
Yeah, 100%. Yes, agree. Is that you on the bottom right-hand corner?
That is. That's me demonstrating.
Building culture at your home.
Yeah, so check me out. I do lots of videos online. I did a video about how you could do an appraisal right at someone's house. We were talking about willing to get that car. I show right up to the front door. Can I have the keys? No problem. We'll take a look at it. We'll give you an offer on the spot. We'll talk about that a little bit more. So, then we talked about the online and in-store experience must match. And not necessarily. We can talk about the the number that you give a customer online, right, for a trade. There's lots of different trade tools out there that give customers offers. KBB, instant cash offer, trade pending. You might have something from NADA, or there's lots of tools out there. But how many times, is a customer going to fill that form out and then they get there to the store? Because we're going to show you in a minute, all customers are going to want to come to the store. But like, why is it that I got to start all over again? Why? It's like, you gave me a number. And so I think it's, we talk to a lot of customers online, and maybe Patrick, you allude to this, right? That the online experience must match what happens in store. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think there's a big disconnect that, I think all dealers struggle with is, we have all these fancy tools online, but the customer thinks they're at a spot in the process because of all the research they've done and all the time they spent online. They got a number, like you said, for their car. They show up to the dealership and they're expecting to pick up where they left off. And like you said, we're going right back to square one and we're starting from the beginning again. So having that online process that picks up in the store where that customer left off, regardless of where that's at, because every customer is different and they're going to want to come out of the funnel at some point and pick up the phone and call a dealer or just come to the store. So I think, Tim, if you go to the next slide, we can kind of segue.
Yeah.
That's one more slide ahead. Go ahead. You can take this one.
Oh yeah. So, well, finally, wrapping it up, if you're gonna go the extra mile, if you're online, you tell the customer what you're gonna do. You're gonna promise them. Your online process is gonna match, right? You've got to be able to complete it. You're gonna go that last mile. And here's what the leading dealers are doing today. There are franchise dealers that are doing this as well as Carvana, but you've got to be able to, let them know cash for their car in their driveway right there. Now, I get it. Not everybody, when you go to buy their car, they probably owe you money, or they've got the title and there's there are tools out there that can help you guys accommodate these situations. DocuSign, I know, has put a lot of effort out there to help dealers, finish off that last mile. Make it known that you're going to give a customer cash for their car, whether they buy a car from you or not, and you're going to make that transaction happen wherever. You've got to let the customers tell them what you're going to do so they trust you, and you cannot break that trust, because that's the only thing we have.
We're going to come back to that with one of our examples with a We Buy program, but that's good sound advice.
Yeah.
I think we're moving on to step 2 now.
So step 2, right?
I'll take this from here. So Tim kind of alluded to this a little bit. It's all about the process, right? So what I encourage you, as you're listening to this and watching this, what is your process with a customer to buy their car? Now, whether it's a trade because they're going to buy one of your cars, or whether it's a We Buy program, or it's through the through the service lane. What is your process? Because if we don't have strong process, then people are going to take the path of least resistance. And we see that all the time, Tim, when we're in stores, right? We're cutting corners and then we get away from our process. So it's got to be quick and easy. Do you have a mutual evaluation with that customer? Do you walk the car with the customer and point out dings and dents and scratches? We're going to talk about that. And then one of the things that Tim and I had to do back in the day at CarMax, and Tim, you even did this when you were at Penske, you know what cars are worth, but get a second set of eyeballs. Get somebody else in the dealership, to back you up. Do you use the power of your employees to figure out what that car is actually worth, so we don't miss it? And to go back to the online process, there's a lot of hype out there right now about digital retailing and omni-channel. But we actually, this summer we did a consumer survey, close to 3,000 consumers across the country. And what we found was, they want to start online, but they still want to come. They either want to pick up the phone and call you, or they want to come to the dealership. So Tim, why don't you walk them through our findings when we get there? Yeah.
So I think you all find it amazing that when I went online to find out who was making it easy to buy a car or sell your car to a dealer online and who was not, CarMax, at the filming of this video, you still have to make an appointment. And I thought that was pretty interesting, that they would not give me, they wouldn't even give me a hint of what my 2011 Sequoia was worth. There are lots of places, there are lots of places online you can go as a consumer with a couple of clicks of the button. You probably have those tools on your website that, boom, will give a customer an estimated value. So one, consumers want quick and easy. Make sure you're giving it to them. Make sure that process matches up online. We talked about that a little bit in culture. But two, the mutual evaluation. When the consumer does show up to the dealership, right? We're going to talk about that a little bit more in a second. This is what's important. So I caught Patrick on a day when he was out demoing with a customer at a Lexus dealership here in North Carolina. But what he's doing here, if you notice, he's got an iPad in his hand. And he's out there with the guest, with the customer, right, looking at her trade with her. And, you know, if you're a dealer and you've been doing this a long time, this is no different than what we were doing way before we had iPads and cell phones and the internet, right? We were going out there.
Walk around, right?
This the old walk around, right? This is your favorite part, Patrick, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've had some pretty good success, you know, building technology for dealers to accomplish this. And one of our dealer groups, they were doing this process on a sheet of paper, you know. So hey, let's bring it into 2020 and 2021 and beyond, and give them a process, you know, through technology. So the point behind this is, are you walking out with the customer and looking at things like, you know, the dents, the dings, the scratches, pointing them out, asking the customer how that happened? Are you looking at the tires? Do they need to be replaced? Are you cranking the car up and seeing if the electrical gadgets work, and, you know, the windows, the sunroof? Are you looking inside and when I say this, not you as an appraiser, but your salespeople? Are your salespeople doing this initial step with the customer? Because it does a couple of things, and the results from it are one thing, but it lets the customer know that you're being thorough and that you're taking time. You know, there's two sales going on in a car deal. You're trying to sell your car to a customer, and the customer is trying to sell you their car, you know, and they want the most money for their trade, and you want the most money for your retail piece. So getting them involved, what we found by doing this is customers come in with an unrealistic expectation of the condition of their car, right? Would you agree, Tim? What value do customers think their car is worth whenever they come into a dealership?
And not only that, what we found is this process, by bringing technology into this part of the deal, has really helped with, you know, the younger generation of client advisors, salespeople. You know, that, let's face it, we've all got them. They're our customer advocates at the dealership who are a little nervous about talking to the customer about their trade. We'll talk about delivering this number here in a minute and how you can help, you know, why it helps you close more trades. But like this just helps, you know, bring transparency to the entire process. And we've seen tremendous results with, you know, that next generation of client advisors and salespeople dealing with customers and trades.
Yeah, and I think it puts the customer in a if they take this 3 to 5 minutes to walk around the car, the salesperson walks around the car with the customer and gets the customer talking about their car. When you do present the numbers, they think their car is worth Kelly Excellent all the time. How many times is it actually in Kelly Excellent condition? Hardly ever, right? So it gets them to have a realistic expectation of what the value of their car is worth, and then, you know, we can start the negotiation process from there if needed.
So, and finally, we've gone out there, right? We've done our inspection with the customer. We've looked at the car as a manager. But listen, if you want to close more trades, if you want to acquire more inventory, you've got to get the team involved. I'm telling you, after almost 25 years worth of experience, I know I don't look that old, but it needs to be more than just one guy or gal putting the numbers on a car. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Patrick? Are you seeing that?
Yeah. I mean, our most successful dealers, everybody has a sales tower, right? And there's usually one person that's in charge of going and driving the car and doing the quote unquote appraisal. But the ones that I see that are very successful with it is they call the car to their other managers. Hey, this is what I'm thinking it's worth. So we don't get bumped by the new car manager, things like that. So I think utilizing, the collective group of people that you have at your disposal. I mean, the average dealership, if you think about the management team that's in place there, how many decades of experience is that management team in most places? I mean, it's 60, 70 years worth of experience collectively, right? So, we talked about this early on. Cars are so tough to buy at the right money. If we need to step up a little bit, let's have a conversation about it. So we're not just going back and forth. Let's put I guess what I'm trying to say is let's put our best foot forward out of the gate. Kind of like, some of the bigger box retailers do, like the Carvanas and the CarMaxes. Yeah.
And listen, I'm going to call out the bigger groups that might be on here. I know that there's plenty of them in the Asburys, the Sonics, the call. Listen, you're at a Ford store and you got a BMW 5 Series. Let's call the BMW store. Find out what this thing's worth. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's all about doing the right thing for your customer to sell a car to them, right? Let's get them in the cylinder. Acquiring cars from consumers has got to be the number one goal here. And I think trying to cowboy up by yourself, you're going to get plenty, but let's remember we've got, many are greater than one. I'm just going to leave it at that.
There you go.
All right. So number 3, how do we up our offer game, Patrick?
So I jumped the gun a little bit earlier. This is actually where we transition into the online versus offline process. So I apologize for that. But I think the thing is you got to go beyond the button. We talked about, everybody has some sort of trade evaluation tool on their website, but when they show up to the dealership, is it a consistent message? Follow up. I did this same thing with Carvana. I put my car in just to see what the process was. The follow up was insane, to the point where I had to politely ask them to stop reaching out to me. Right? We paid for all these fancy CRM systems. We pay good money for them. We have the customer's information. The follow up is key in this, and you got to produce the evidence on why this car is worth what it is. So this is where I wanted to segue into the hype around digital retailing and omni-channel. So I believe, Tim, the next slide is actually the consumer survey that we did with 3,000 people across the country. And what's the moral of the story here to bring this home?
Yeah, so it's listen, you've got to, I talked to the dealers that I work with closely about this, and yeah, you got to have the button today. I really think if you, as a dealer, if you're not providing this service, you're probably behind the ball a little bit. I don't think it's too late, but the good news here is franchise dealers, brick and mortar guys, independents, girls, according to our research, 3,000 consumers in the market to buy a car, 87% of them said the second thing they wanted to do, right after they were, found the car that they wanted to do online, had something to do with going to the dealership and looking at that car, whether it was connecting with somebody at the store or going there physically by themselves or just going down there to test drive, right? That's good news for us, for our industry, that the brick and mortar is still alive. But what we're getting at is you got to follow up, right? Mm-hmm. That if you gave them a number online and they sent in a lead or they called you or they chatted with you, right? They're looking for that next step. Did I hit that right on the button? I mean, couldn't agree more. Right?
I think you hit the nail right on the head. And, it's, if you think about Carvana, they tout themselves as, completely online. Well, what was the stat? It was like 7 to 9 phone calls take place or email transactions with a human before they pull the trigger to buy the car. So consumers are still wanting to talk. They're not at the point yet from the research that we're seeing where they want to buy everything online, that from start to finish. They still want some
right.
sort
It's
of
not an Amazon process, right? Where click, put it in the cart and buy it, I guess is what we're saying.
and that's why it's good for our industry and our dealers, because we're not there yet. There's a very small percentage of people that want to do it that way. And I mean, 3,000 people don't lie, right? 87%, good majority of them.
Yeah.
They still wanted that contact with the dealership.
So when the customer does show up, we talked about that process, that mutual evaluation, the benefits of that. But now it's about evidence, right? And the customer offer form, when put together properly, provides that evidence. I can't tell you how many dealers that I work with that are successful at closing buying inventory directly from consumers. They have a solid process that backs up step by step, right? How we got here. And this form does a nice job, right? It talks about the customer's vehicle, right? Backs up their name. It talks about some of the highlights of the vehicle. And then we provide that evidence. So, hey, Mr. Customer, I know that you probably looked at a credible third party before you came in. Good news, we ran a KBB in excellent condition for you. And now based on that mutual evaluation, right? Based on you and I walking out there together, based on you out there with with my salesperson, we agree that your car wasn't a 10 out of 10. It wasn't in excellent condition. It's really, really nice, right? But we figured it was about 80% of excellent. And we can even back down for reconditioning adjustments. So you can see how if you're a dealer and you're concerned about showing a customer KBB excellent, there are ways out there to provide evidence, a roadmap, a path for any salesperson to tell a really good story and take in a trade for considerably below KBB excellent with evidence. Would you agree, Patrick?
Yeah, and you know, it's always surprising that, you know, I'll see dealers hit a customer. You know, if you come out of the gate at 21,000 and the customer is expecting close to, you know, above 23,000, you know, there's a big disconnect there. So if we're not showing them how we actually arrived at that number, I think that's the biggest thing. And putting it back on the customer and saying, I love that term that you use, based upon our mutual evaluation of your vehicle. This wasn't the used car manager or somebody else, you know, the purchasing manager that they haven't met yet, that, you know, went out and appraised their car. These are your numbers, Mr. Customer. And I know that you looked at Kelly Excellent, and I know this is what you think your car is worth, but we agreed together mutually that it's not in excellent condition. So let me show you how we arrived at that number. And they might not be happy with the number that you provided them, but it's so much better to show them how you got there, to take that extra 5 minutes at the beginning, right? To show them how you arrived at that number, because then you're going to have a happier customer, and they're not going to be happy. They're not going to be happy with the number, but they're going to be understanding of how you got there. And I see that time and time again when we go into our dealerships and I watch this process live, or shoot, we've even done it ourselves, you know, and in presenting the numbers to a customer, they understand. And that's all they want. They want to feel like they're getting a fair price for the car that they're buying and a fair price for the car that they're trading.
If you think
show evidence, it's huge.
You're going to buy inventory effectively directly from the public by just writing down a number on a piece of paper and chucking the keys to the customer.
Sliding across the dealer.
Not going to happen.
Doesn't happen that way. No, sir.
So, all right, number 4, you've got to be disciplined with disposal. What are we going to talk about here, Patrick?
So, you know, having a plan on how to not only, you know, get rid of it, but, you know, you gotta have some sort of a way to be consistent and disciplined with your exit strategy. You know, we see a lot of dealers come in and they don't know what they're going to do with the car. But you got to have that retail first mentality. So you got to have every single car, you got to think, can I sell this retail? And put the right money on it to where, you own it right so you can sell it retail. Now, a lot of dealers that we talk to, Tim, they don't want to deal with cars under the $3,000 mark or the $3,500 mark. But there's a large need for those vehicles out there, right? Yeah. And we have some great dealers that do this where they do it very successfully.
Yeah, the first thing that when I challenge a dealer to buy directly from the public, the first thing I think that comes to mind is the fear of they're going to have to cut a check for a $500 car. They don't, and it becomes, that's a headache. It's an inconvenience. And one, I think that you can't look at it that way. You're in the customer generation business. That's how you should look at it, right? That $500, you're going to, you just gained a customer. But two, with this rule, with this point that I'm trying to make here is that if you have are disciplined with your disposal process, you should be able to put a number on any car that crosses the curb, whether it be that $200 or $300 no runner or that $100,000 plus Bentley or McLaren. All right, so let's kind of dive into that a little bit more. I mentioned my good buddies up at Minnesota, the Luther guys, and this is where they are really accelerating the ability to buy cars directly from consumers. If you had the ability to retail almost any car that came to your curb that they wanted from a customer they wanted to sell to you, wouldn't that be a plus? Because I talk to a lot of traditional dealers, and if they have no outlet for that, $39.99 car, it frustrates the heck out of the finance manager. It ties up the business office. There's chasing down titles and no running cars, and I get it. But if you could put a business model together, so that's what they did. It's called Luther Bargain Lot Metro Cars and Credit. You can look it up online today, and cars start online at $39.99. They got 150 units to choose from. It's essentially a wholesale to public lot. They've modified their inspection process. So let's just talk about that, Patrick. How many dealers, when they talk about trying to retail everything, do they say, with typical recon prices, there's no way I can do it, right? You hear that all the time?
Yeah, all the time, yeah.
Yeah. So I get it. If you bought a car for $1,500 and at minimum it costs you $699 to open up a ticket, well, you've got to modify the process, guys. Okay. And then they're disciplined with this. They don't hold on to these cars for more than 30 days. At day 30, it goes to the shoot, goes to the auction, and they're gone with it. I think I've shown you a little bit about what these guys are doing up there, haven't I, Patrick?
A little bit. Do they work with the local independents to try to, so it sounds like they're basically taking first crack at this, and then if they can't sell it within 30 days, are they disposing of it with like local buy here, pay here places? Or
no, so good point. They actually have a dedicated lane at their local auto auction, and they run a 85-90% sale rate. So wow. They really feel like the cars that they've reconditioned at the minimum, they've modified inspection recon price, they're still in the cars pretty good. And now they've gotten to the point where the dealers who buy cars from them know that they've spent a little bit of money to make this car a little bit better. So it's a return on the other end at the sale.
Interesting.
So go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's interesting. We did this for a very large public group years ago where, it was the same concept, retail first. And I think you got to have that mindset of, so like you said, especially if you're going to try to attract, Joe Public to your dealership to sell you their car, you got to be willing to write those $500,000, $750,000, $1,000 checks.
Yeah, listen, they have stores all across, the Twin Cities and the Upper Midwest. So if they buy something directly from the customer that fits the bill, I mean, they send it to that store, right? A nice, late model F-150 or a a Hyundai or a Toyota or a Honda, they'll send it right to the dealer. But the stuff that doesn't meet the bill, goes here. Now, what does this allow them to do? This has allowed them to put together a We Buy program that I got to tell you, folks, it's probably the second or third best one out there. And I really am impressed with what Carvana's done on the grand scale, and they're putting numbers on cars coast to coast and picking them up. Right, if you look at their guidance from the stock holders, meaning that they bought more cars than they sold. Well, I know that the guys at Luther are shooting for that too. Yeah. Their motto is, you get an offer, they pick it up, the customer gets paid. They are literally going to customers' houses, right? Inspecting cars that are in the guy's garage that haven't seen the light of day in a couple of years. They'll pick the car up, they'll pay the guy right there on the spot. It's amazing. Let me tell you, I've said it once, I'll say it 100 times. The best cars do not make it to the auction. And this is a great way to get them.
Agreed.
So check it out. It's LutherBuysCars.com. You can kind of see what they do. If you got more questions on the side, I'd be happy to talk to you guys about getting something started like that at your own dealership. So getting close to the end here, Patrick, let's talk about...
Bring it home.
Yeah, let's talk about one of the most popular ways to source inventory, the service lane. But let's get a little bit specific. What am I talking about here?
Yeah, we said this early on in the agenda slide. A lot of people already do this, and there's a lot of great mining tools, equity mining tools that that are out there to help you with that. But my question, Tim, is, let's say you're a Toyota dealer, and you got a ton of Camrys and Corollas coming through. You might be stocked well with those or overstocked with those. So how do we know what cars we actually need out of our service drive and put greater attention to those? What are some of the best practices that you're seeing?
Yeah, I go to I got a big Honda dealer I work with, and they do a phenomenal job buying cars out of the service lane. But when I walk their used car lot, all I see are current 1 to 2 year old Civics and Accords. And they never have any of the meaty stuff, right? Like the really nice Pilots or the Odysseys. And why is that? It's because those are the cars that keep coming through the service. They sell a ton of them new, and they when they go in and they hit their mining tool in the morning, that's where they make all of their offers. So I'm going to challenge you guys with, okay, because there's plenty of you out there who do this, is don't shop without a list, okay? If I go to the grocery store without a list of things I need to buy, what's going to happen? I'm going to end up buying stuff that I don't need, right? And this information, like, what are your top sellers over the last 90 days? What are your most profitable sellers? What are your target inventories based on your run rate for the last 45 or 90 days? I mean, this is the information that you need to know, so that when you go into the service lane, right? Let's start looking for the cars
understocked in, right? You can do, what are you understocked in? What do you need? So you don't end up with all those Camrys and Corollas, on the front line. What do you need?
Yeah. So I took this approach when I was a used car manager with Penske Automotive Group, worked at Wolf Chase Toyota, and I was having the hardest time. I had just come over from CarMax, and I was having the hardest time, creating a balanced mix of inventory, going to the sale. And I said to I had a guy come from a data mining company and said, hey, you need this tool to help you get cars out of service. I thought it was pretty cool, but I ended up, just like I said, with all the same kind of cars. And I said to myself, wouldn't it be smart to just target customers with the vehicles that I need to come into service on a specific day? So this way I knew if I showed up, I spent the day at the store with my head in the service lane, I'd be looking at only the cars that I need. So I called it Wacky Wednesday. It was the third Wednesday of the month, right? And in this particular example, I needed Tundras. So I cleared my calendar for that day. I had set up direct mail marketing to, 2 to 5 year old Tundra customers. Either they had bought a car from us before, new or used, or had it serviced with us, and we offered windshield wipers for $7. Right? It was on that at a specific Wednesday. They had to come in with the mailer, right? And I had all my sales guys ready. I had all the service guys ready, and I said, "Listen, I know wipers cost $30. I will subsidize the other, $23 for everyone that you don't sell anything to. But, service guys, they can upsell the customer." And here's what happened. I spent the day in service looking at the vehicles that I needed, not spending the day weeding through the Camrys and the Corollas that I had plenty of. I was looking at awesome four-wheel drive crew cab Tundras with really cool, great low miles and great color combinations. And I actually had the service history and all that good stuff that comes with mining out of service. But that's my free one to you. I call it Wacky Wednesday. Target the customers and the vehicles that you need, right, with marketing, and drive them to your dealership. And that's a great way to acquire the inventory that you'll never, ever will see at the auction. Would you agree, Patrick?
Yeah. What was your success rate with that? Like,
we closed well over 40%. We were always selling, 7 to 10 cars a week just on that promotion alone. And, the salespeople really liked it too, because we kind of got excited about it. They knew that they would be selling Tundras, that particular week. Tundras have good gross. So, it's better than.
That's a great idea. And to think about it, $7 for windshields or windshield wipers, it's brilliant,
Yeah.
Then you're eating the 23. So awesome. Great idea.
Yeah, thanks. So, let's buying from customers, right? It's kind of it could be a little bit of a roller coaster, I guess, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think everybody will agree, the gross is in the purchase. Again, these cars that you're buying from consumers or are in unique spots are the cars that'll never make it to the auction, right? I think it's just going to be key. And I think about this more and more. I really think there's a business idea here somewhere, Patrick. Maybe we could talk offline about that. But, it's more important than ever that you put a plan together to acquire inventory directly from customers in a business savvy way that is consistent, that provides evidence. All the things that we kind of talked about. Anything else that I dropped?
Yeah, and even if they they just sell you their car, and they don't buy a car from you that day, you're going to be in the back of their head when they are ready to purchase another vehicle. It's the whole CarMax model. We were going back to this 3 times now, but we were doing that. We didn't care if they were going to buy a car from us or not. We just wanted their car, and then you put them into a funnel, and more likely than not, they would come back. I mean, do you remember the days of they would come from a franchise dealer with the salesperson, bring the car to CarMax, we'd appraise it, they'd sell it to us, and they'd get back in the car with the salesperson and go back to the Ford store and buy a brand new car?
There are people probably on this call right now, if you are who send customers to CarMax. What are you doing? I don't know. I don't know. How are we doing on time? What do you think, Patrick?
Probably go through the next few slides fairly rapidly. And
we got a couple of bonus ideas here. We have time for bonus ideas.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Okay.
And remember, these will be in the handouts, and you can always contact Tim and I. Outside my what am I at Pat McMullen on Twitter, and Tim, you're at T Scoutless.
T Scoutless. Yeah. This one's one. Couple of we'll talk about look at reverse market lookup. Let's just go run right through them. This is one of your favorites right here, Patrick, isn't it? You and I have talked about this a bunch with dealers. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, so inside of whatever inventory management tool you might be using, you have market listings, right? So if you're in need of Jeep Wranglers like this example, you can see competing dealers in your market, how far away they are from you, and how long they've had the car on their lot for. If that top dealer has had the car for 145 days, he's probably going to be thinking about it. He should have probably done this a long time ago, but he's probably going to be thinking about exiting at the auction. So what comes with that? You got to pay transport fees. You got to pay sell fees. So pick up the phone and call some people that are, maybe not next door, but in your immediate market, 100, 150 miles, and see if you can source inventory that way.
Let's see what else we got here. Oh,
Loaner programs.
Loaner program. This was my favorite. If you're a franchise dealer and you are not leveraging the OEM provided loaner program, I would, as soon as you get back to this store, well, you're probably at the store now, I would look into this. Some of the most profitable used cars that came out were from the track program or your courtesy cars. They could be, really nice vehicles. And if you work it right, that's inventory that you can constantly be selling out of. A great way to have a constant flow of used cars or pre-owned vehicles that your service department's going to love, your finance department's going to love, your salespeople already know how to sell them. You don't have to go to the auction and fight anybody on them. Loaner program, great way to take care of customers and make money. What else we got on here? Oh, seeking private sellers. Have you ever done this one, Patrick?
Personally, no, but I'm sure you have.
So listen, if you, I ran I put a video together back during in the summertime where I knew dealers were really struggling with certain vehicles. Tacomas were like impossible to find this summer. And look, right here in Wilmington, North Carolina, I found 7 of them for sale online on Car Gurus. You were looking for, Silverado trucks on Craigslist. There were 18 of them in the Charlotte area. You could look up on Auto Trader. Listen, do a quick reverse lookup for sort just by private sellers and start making phone calls. Great way.
I know a couple dealers that have people assigned just to this, and they'll give them a buy list and they'll say, "Go find these cars for me." And a private seller is not going to charge you a transport fee. They're not going to sell you a buy fee. A lot of the auctions now, they're charging a percentage of the purchase price. So if you're buying a $40,000, $50,000 car from the auction, obviously your buy fee is going to be a lot higher than that $10,000 car. Yeah. Private sellers don't have the buy fees, do they, Tim?
No. If you put a good process together, like we've been talking about, this should be super easy for you to cut that customer a check and pick up the vehicle.
100%.
Okay. I think that wraps it up. Wow. Thank you so much for coming out. What else? How do we wrap this up?
Go ahead and go to the next slide, Tim.
Sure.
So, thank you so much for picking our session to watch. Guess we'll turn it over to the live Q&A now. So if you have any questions, please let us know.
Yeah.
Мы возвращаемся в офис Яндекс для того, чтобы продолжить трансляцию с NAD Show 2021. Я надеюсь, что за время перерыва вы успели пообедать, разобрать накопившуюся почту или еще что-то там, и теперь у вас появилось время для того, чтобы перейти к крайним 2 семинарам сегодняшнего дня. Они будут 2 последних и в потоке продаж, и в потоке сервиса. Но перед тем, как перейти к их трансляции, уточню 2 организационных и очень важных вопроса. Нам сегодня приходили вопросы, почему время трансляции не совпадает на странице в расписании, на странице трансляции не совпадает с лекциями. И хочу уточнить, что вам нужно внимательно время воспринимать как время местное. То есть это время не московское указано, а именно местное время на странице трансляции, местное время того города, в котором вы открыли браузер и зашли на трансляцию. Чтобы было понимание и никто не опоздал на завтрашний, на 3-й день, стоит уточнить, что когда мы говорим о том, что трансляция начнется в 10 часов утра, мы имеем в виду московское время. Поэтому завтра по московскому времени в 10 часов утра не пропустите начало мероприятия, мы будем вас ждать. Второй вопрос, который часто задают, когда и где будут доступны все материалы, во-первых, самих выступлений, во-вторых, презентации. Все материалы будут доступны для членов РОАД, ассоциации РОАД, будут доступны в пятницу, после окончания мероприятия. Для всех зарегистрировавшихся участников на трансляцию на странице Авто.ру, они будут доступны в понедельник. Поэтому, чтобы получить все необходимые материалы, вам, если вы вдруг смотрите трансляцию с вашими коллегами по одной ссылке, вам необходимо перейти на страницу с регистрацией. Мы ее в ближайшее время в чате трансляции подвесим закрепленным сообщением, чтобы у вас была возможность зарегистрировать свои контакты, электронную почту, и вам все материалы по электронной почте пришли. Ну а теперь переходим к сессиям, к семинарам. В потоке продаж мы ждем Дэвида Стрингера. Дэвид Стрингер поделится тем, каким образом в Соединенных Штатах сегодня увеличивают эффективность и какие инструменты используют для повышения продаж аксессуаров. В свою очередь, в направлении сервиса, в потоке сервиса, мы ждем Тодда Марселя. Тодд Марсель поделится темой, которая последний год серьезно взрывает американский рынок. Это новшество, которое захватывает все больше и больше дилерских центров, а именно это бесконтактные терминалы приема клиента на сервис. Как, если бы вы представили, раньше, если вы вспомните, в Макдональдсе было 10 кассиров, сейчас там 10 терминалов и 1 кассир. Вот как подобную технологию Тодд Марсель представит вам для отделов послепродажного обслуживания. Смотрим.
Hello, I'm David Stringer, CEO of Insignia Group, and welcome to this session entitled Vehicle Personalization, 3 Steps to Accessories on Every Deal. Thank you for joining in, and we will get started here. So what is vehicle personalization? Well, vehicle personalization is a process for your showroom to present customization to your car buyers, and you can even use the same process in your service drive. Vehicle personalization is one of more than likely the best opportunity to grow a dealership business in general. It's also one of the most difficult processes to put in place for most dealerships because, well, for many dealerships, they're not sure where it should belong. Should it belong in the sales department? Should it belong in the parts department? And who should be running this process? So today, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the 3 main things to help you create this process in your showroom to success. So the major challenges to vehicle personalization is what I was just speaking about. It's cross-departmental communication. This is where you've got to have all parts of the dealership working together. We have many, many salespeople who work with us, who present accessories in their showroom, and they talk about the fact that if your car sale doesn't touch every department in the dealership, well, then you're not doing your job as a salesperson. So this is kind of the philosophy of vehicle personalization, is to make sure that that car sale or service touches all parts of the dealership. We all understand that a car dealership in many cases is a siloed operation. You've got the parts department, you've got the service department, you've got your sales department, new and used. And so getting everybody to work together is the biggest challenge that any dealership has to incorporate vehicle personalization. So what are the keys of success? First off, the right process and the right way to build this into your dealership has everything to do with your brand, the volume of your vehicle sales, and your dealership location. So what do I mean by that? Well, depending on your brand, your OEM has a variety of accessories that are available to you to offer to your customers at the time of sales and service. So depending on whether you're a Toyota store, whether you're a Ford store, a GM store, a Nissan store, all of these different brands have many different portfolios and the breadth of those portfolios matters. So depending upon your brand, you really need to play to your strength. Also depends upon your volume. Are you a high volume Toyota store? Do you sell 500 cars a month? Or are you a low volume store like a Jaguar Land Rover store? So how does that incorporate into your process? And lastly, your dealer location does matter. Folks in the Northeast sell a lot of remote starts and battery and engine heaters and things that are there for inclement weather. And the dealerships in the South, in the Smile States, those dealerships really focus on things like tent and mud flaps and all-weather mats and those kinds of things. So really depends upon where you are located, and you can really play to those strengths. Next is really all about management buy-in. If this doesn't come from your general manager, if you're a general manager or a dealer principal and you're not supporting this process in your store, or you're expecting someone else to do this process, it will never happen. It's sort of like taking a salesperson off the showroom floor, putting them in the F&I office and saying, hey, figure it out. That's never going to work, and it's never worked. That person needs training. That person needs support to become a good F&I manager. Same thing with a service writer. You wouldn't just hire somebody off the street, put them behind the service writer desk and say, figure it out. So it's the same thing here. You need the entire management bought in to this whole process. And there are three of these three keys that we'll focus on from here on out: process, people, and pricing. I did that opposite. Process, pricing, and people. So we'll talk about all three of those things and how the management of the entire organization, the entire dealership, really has to be bought in to these three things. First, let's talk about product. Let's go back to what I was saying about different portfolios of accessories. Here, a car dealership, a franchise car dealership, has the benefit of a couple of different things. First and foremost, you have the first and 100% of the opportunity to present your OEM accessories to your car buyer. Let me say that again, just so that we really nail that point. You have 100% of the opportunity to present your OEM branded accessories to your new car buyer. Nobody else gets that shot except you 100% of the time when you sell the car. So if you don't take advantage of that opportunity to present your portfolio that's available to you and to that customer, you're squandering something that nobody else gets to get. It's 100% of the opportunity. So how can we really focus in on what those OE accessories are that you can provide and at least give the opportunity for your customer to customize their vehicle in the showroom? First off, we have to understand what your car buyer wants. The Subaru car buyer is a very different car buyer than the Toyota car buyer. Yes, they're interested in purchasing a vehicle, but from a Subaru perspective, those customers are very lifestyle oriented, whereas a Toyota customer who wants a Camry is not so much lifestyle oriented. Maybe they're more performance oriented, or maybe they want an SUV. So the key there is to really understand who your buyer is and what kind of lifestyle you can present to them in terms of the accessories. We also want to do something that we call a lead-in product. This is a product that you can offer to any customer, anytime, and any vehicle, right? Body side molding is a perfect example of an accessory that's a perfect lead-in product. Again, also in the Smile States, window film is a great lead-in product. Why? Because it's a product that you can offer universally across your entire portfolio. And more than likely, customers will say yes to these items. Let me give you some examples of some items that aren't as good lead-in products, but you might think of them first. All-weather mats. The reason why all-weather mats are not a great lead-in product is, generally speaking, the customer expects those kinds of things already included with the vehicle. So if you take that and offer that, that becomes a negotiating point for that customer, right? So We want to use things that have value, a value of over $100, generally speaking, and those things that aren't typically built into the vehicle. And sometimes in some brands, all-weather mats are standard. You also want to have accessories fit your location. So for example, if you're a store in Utah and you have a Jeep store and you have a lot of off-road customers, well, then you want to offer a lot of off-road customization, right? If you are a store in, sort of in downtown Baltimore, and most of your customers are from the city, then you want to offer accessories that make sense in your location, and then really dial into that brand portfolio. Your OEM has a full lineup of accessories that you can put onto those vehicles. And let's talk about another little thing that we talk about quite a bit with stores is port installed or factory installed. Now, this is one of the traditional barriers that most dealerships have mentally to getting into this game. Well, it already comes on the vehicle. My OEM puts it on the vehicle at the port and I don't have any choice. Well, that's true in many cases. And in most of those cases, however, what you've got is accessories that are only about 30 to 40% of the available accessories for that vehicle. Let me go back to Subaru as a great example. Typically, a Subaru comes to the store, delivered to the lot, with about $340 to $360 in accessories that have been applied at the port. Now, a lot of these are protection items. All-weather mats is a great example. Sometimes door edge guards, sometimes body side molding. Sometimes they are things like cargo mats and things that come with the vehicle and are easy to add into your Monroney label and are easy add-ins for the customer, right? Wheel locks is another great example of this. So now a dealership, typical objection is, well, it already comes with $360 worth of accessories on it. Why do I need to put anything else? Well, let's go back to that customer and let's go back to what that customer wants. Generally, a Subaru customer is a lifestyle customer. And so they bought their vehicle because it supports something about their lifestyle. So why aren't you offering them a great roof rack? Why aren't you offering them a bike rack? Why aren't you offering them things that go along with their lifestyle that are well beyond what's put on at the port? So that's just a great example of where you want to take the port accessories and then you want to build upon that. You want to offer things that go beyond that because your customer does want to personalize, and they're going to. They're going to do it somewhere, and they might as well do it with you. So let's talk about pricing. This is another key element to your success. What you have to do is you've got to do a little bit of research. Remember what I said early on in this process, where you've got to take into account your market, your brand, where you're located, all of those things, how many vehicles you sell. And then you need to go out and do a little research about what your competitor is doing in this space. Most dealerships will be very clued in to all of the competition when it comes to sales, when it comes to service, when it comes to wholesale parts. They know what their competition is doing. So you do have to do a little bit of research if you're going to offer accessories in this manner. Now, one of the key things that we work with dealerships to do is to differentiate their online sales from a pricing standpoint to their showroom or in-store sales from a vehicle personalization standpoint. Many dealerships get caught up in online sales of parts and accessories, and they are competing with a whole lot of people, including the aftermarket, and it's a race to the bottom in many cases, pricing-wise. That can't be supported when you try to sell it on the showroom floor. Labor is not included, and you do have to make it so that your sales department, your parts department, and your service department all contribute to the success of the accessory sales. So if you do have an online parts and accessories site, which is excellent, make sure that you differentiate that pricing so that when you have a customer that comes in and they are wanting to purchase accessories, they're not shopping against your own self. You're presenting as installed accessory pricing. So I think that's one of the key ways to differentiate online sales versus in-store sales is you always show an installed price. Therefore, customer would really have to do a lot of research to back out how much the MSRP is or how much you're charging for the part versus how much you're charging for the labor. And when you're in the car sales process, the customer really isn't going to do all that research. They just want to know they're getting a fair price. So that's where the research comes in. Your store is not going to be the cheapest in town. You shouldn't be. You have an accessory portfolio that is warranted and is standardized by your OEM, and that carries value. When you install accessories across most OEMs, it comes with the vehicle warranty as well. So if my vehicle warranty is 3 years, 36,000 miles, and I put an accessory from my OEM brand on that vehicle, that carries that same warranty. That has value. And therefore, you should keep that value. And when you're presenting accessories in the showroom, it is not a race to the bottom. It's about providing that value. Accessory bundles is a great way also to protect pricing when you are setting up yourself for success. And what do I mean by that? Well, winter packages is a great idea. So a winter package might be all-weather mats. It might be some fender flares. It might be something to do with a remote start would be a nice bundle to put together that you can call a winter package that you then sell for one installed price. And what you do with that is then you show that as that one price, right? And so then you can't really negotiate out the components. You can't really negotiate out the labor. You put one price out there so your customer says either yes or no. Another big key piece to all of this pricing conversation is build in a commission. There is plenty of room to build in a commission for your sales department. And you must make that as part of your overall process. It won't be successful unless you are presenting, unless you're compensating your sales department and your sales staff for selling the accessories that you want to sell. Again, payment plans is another good option. So when you go into the F&I office, it can be incorporated into your financing. You can also offer it as cash. And you can also offer it, many times OEMs come out with their own credit card. And that credit card's offered to the new car buyer mostly for service. So it'll come with $50 or $150 pre-put onto that card. And then the hope and the expectation is that customer uses it when they come back in for service. Well, that's a great vehicle to also apply for accessories. And sometimes these are even 0% for 90 days or 0% for 6 months. And that's a great option as well. And again, I think I covered the e-commerce really as part of, we were talking about including the pricing and the labor. Let's talk about people. This is another key component in this. Too often you have an accessory process that nobody really owns in the dealership. Well, it's a parts thing. I was actually just talking to a sales manager just the other day, and I asked him about whether he's presenting accessories during this process. And he said, that's really a great question for my parts manager. And I said, well, not really. That's the question for you, because you're the one to present those accessories to your new car buyer, not your parts manager. You don't expect your parts manager to come out from behind the counter and come out from the parts department and walk around the showroom and present accessories, do you? That is a glorified waste of his time. He should be doing other things in the parts department. We need to have a representative in the showroom that is going to be what we call an accessories champion. Someone who's very engaged in this process, someone who's very excited to help customers customize their vehicles. A great way to discover your accessory champion, and many times it is a discovery, is go walk your employee parking lot. Go look at the cars that your employees are driving and find that person who has tuned up her Subaru, who has tuned up her Mazda, who's got an F-150 that's jacked up with big wheels and big tires and all kinds of stuff on it, and chrome all over it. Select that person to be your accessories champion and create success around that person and allow that person to grow. The sales department should also be a generalized accessories champion, as well as your sales manager and your sales directors in your store. So help those people to become accessory champions, because ultimately it puts money in their pocket and it makes their customers happier. So let's talk about the process, because now we get into some of the major objections that we've seen over time, which is, the biggest classic objection is this. Every time we present accessories, the customer asks to put it in the deal. So we've just stopped presenting accessories because we're tired of negotiating the deal. Well, that's a process problem. That's not a problem with presenting accessories. It's very important to begin the process early and understand the customer, going all the way back to the beginning of this presentation and what we were talking about in terms of understanding your market, understanding your customer, right? So same thing when that customer comes in, understanding what they're interested in. Take a look at their trade, understand what they've already done to previous vehicles. That gives you a clue and helps you sort of put little breadcrumbs and little comments in as you go through this process. Once the car deal is done, right? You haven't offered any accessories yet. We haven't gone to that step yet. We understand that they may want some things, but you haven't actually done any kind of a formal presentation. You want to get the car deal finished. You want to land on that price. If that's a price conscious, a monthly payment conscious customer, land on the deal, land on the vehicle. And now you've got the traditional wait time before F&I. This is the time. And let's just talk about the emotional things that happen during this time. If you're working with a customer, there's that increase in excitement, increase in decision, increase in all the adrenaline going to that person because they're about to buy this car that they have fallen in love with. And then you turn them over to the waiting room and they're sitting there, and all of a sudden they start to crash. I don't think that you can keep anybody's attention with Oprah on the TV or the latest CNN update. So all we're doing there is we're deconstructing all of that excitement by just having the customer sit. So what do we want to do? We want to keep that customer in that buying mode. So the best way to do that is a shopping process, right? If I've just taken 2 hours to select a vehicle, the last thing I want you to do is sell me one more thing. And oh, by the way, that's what's about to happen when we get into the F&I office. Your best salespeople are in the F&I office for a reason, because they need to take that customer that was on an emotional high, that just went through an emotional crash because now they're waiting, and then back into a sales mode where they're finalizing their paperwork and deciding on F&I products. So we've got to keep that customer in that shop mode. What we find is another classic objection is, oh, I don't want to offer accessories because that's going to take away from my F&I products. Well, we have found through many, many years of doing this and many, many years of research that actually doesn't happen at all. It actually increases your F&I penetration and your F&I close ratio when you offer accessories. And you offer it in the right way, a shopping process. This is a process where you leave the customer to shop for the accessories that they're looking for. Displays are great. Kiosks are great. There is a way to do online cataloging, which is great, and visualize that, which is all great, and all part of a shopping process that you can lead that customer through. This is the time you also want to offer them the lead product, because it's a great way to introduce the whole process of presenting accessories in a shopping way. And let me give you an example. Here at Stringer Toyota, we offer window film on all vehicles prior to F&I. It's $199 for 5 windows. Is that something you're interested in today? And if the customer says, nope, not interested, well, great. Let me show you what else Toyota offers to customize your vehicle, right? Easy turnover into the shopping process. If the customer says, yes, that's fantastic, great. let me schedule service for you. And now I've just introduced them to the service department. Let me schedule a service, and let's go ahead and put that as part of your deal, and we'll add that in as we go into the F&I office. Oh, by the way, let me show you what else we offer from Toyota Accessories. So it's a wonderful way to keep that process going and add in that shopping process and allow the customer to shop. Let them do the process. Let them get excited. Oh, I didn't know you offered this. Oh, I didn't know I could add that. Oh, I didn't know this was part of your store. So that way you have a customer that's buying into it without you selling them anything. They're doing it themselves because they were going to anyway. Most customers come into the store pre-set to buy accessories after the sale. They think that's the time to do it, is after they take delivery. Well, guess what? You get to step in front of that process and help them understand they can do it in your store. So let's talk about the differences between your accessories and accessories manager, as well as the sales department. So these are two really great models that you can, depending on your size of your store and all the things that go on in your store, you can choose between these two different models. And they really are, there's some hybrids out there, but these really are two different models of the best process. So let's take the sales department first. First off, if you do not sell more than 100 cars per month, you need to have your sales department presenting accessories, period, end of story. You won't sell enough vehicles and sell enough accessory opportunity to support an individual, and that's all they do, as in an accessory manager. Anything over 100 cars per month, you now have the opportunity to create that accessory manager position. This could be a great place for a good salesperson or a salesperson who is really into this and you have the volume. You can really engage that person, and it's almost like a pre-training for a management position. You think this person might be a great sales manager. You think this person might be a great F&I person one day. Well, give them the responsibility of this small profit center and give them the tools to help them grow. And they probably will grow very nicely into that position. And all the while, you're building a whole new profit center in your dealership. And now you've got a model that you can promote to through your sales department, if that makes sense. Must, in either one of these cases, you must have a commission pay plan. The recommendation that we give all stores is your sales person and the sales department gets 10% of the retail installed price. Now, in another session, maybe NADA will have me back and I can do a whole pricing breakdown of how you can get to that 10% installed retail price for your salesperson. But it is the tried and true commission. With an accessory manager, that's really got to be about volume and it's got to be about profit. Probably you're going to have a base salary to start off with because that person will be building that business. You'll need to grow into specific metrics to support that salary first, and then bonus after that to help that person continue to grow as they grow the business. I know of one store that started with an accessory manager, and in their first year with an accessory manager, they did $1 million in sales in the showroom. Now, this is a Chrysler, Ford, Kia, and Chevrolet Point. They're all in one little auto mall, and that person had responsibilities for that whole auto mall. And so what he did is he was very smart and strategic about how he offered accessories, and he built this program, and it was $1 million out of the first year. Fast forward down several years and several different new accessory managers, because that person got promoted and a new accessory manager came in and they kept repeating the formula. That store now does $5 million a year in accessory sales. $5 million a year in accessory sales from $1 million in starting $1 million a year in a starting point with an accessory manager. So there are hyper success stories that are out there. So these three steps to success, they go along with the people, the pricing, and the process to help continue to build on the excitement and help to build on what you're doing in your store. First, training is really super important. So make sure that you're training, whether it's your sales department or whether it's an accessory manager, get outside training. Going back to my F&I manager example, you wouldn't take a salesperson, a great salesperson off the showroom floor, stick them in a little office and say, you're now the F&I manager, figure it out. F&I managers have hundreds of hours of on-the-job training as well as outside of the dealership classroom training to help them understand the business, help them understand how to sell the customer and how to grow that business within the dealership. The accessories department is no different. So definitely supporting them with training, building monthly contests for an accessories department, and then you've got to have accountability. You've got to have monthly management reviews, either with your sales manager and sales department, and look at what you're doing. How many vehicles did you sell? How much accessories per vehicle did you sell? What were the opportunities out there that we didn't go after? Do you have a high lease penetration in your overall sales portfolio? How do you attribute, how do you attack those lease customers? Those are all the kinds of things that you really need to be looking at on a monthly basis to make sure that your program is growing and continues to grow and is sustainable. The monthly contest can be fun. This is where you can do all kinds of fun things. I've seen envelopes on a wall, and you sell an accessory, and you get the next incentive. You get to pull an envelope, and you get to take that to the sales department, and you get to open it up, and there's cash in it. So all kinds of ways to make it fun and exciting. Your monthly management reviews need to be with your GM and your GSM. Your dealer principal have all important parties part of the conversation for sure. And then again, it's all about accountability. Where are we going to go with this? Who's taking control of it, and whose responsibility is it at the end of the day? Ultimately, this business is just like any other business in your dealership. Someone has to be accountable for it. And that brings us to our question section.
Мы подходим к завершающей части мероприятия, и нам предстоит последний на сегодня семинар в потоке продажи. Это будет Энди Кобат, который постарается ответить на вопрос, нужен ли искусственный интеллект в процессе управления складом. Вопрос неоднозначный. Многие спорят о том, насколько роль оценщика сегодня может быть заменена машинным обучением либо компьютером. Я думаю, получится довольно интересная дискуссия с риторическими вопросами в рамках его семинара. Но перед тем, как отпустить вас к просмотру, я хочу напомнить, что сегодня по окончанию его выступления будет еще очень интересная, емкая и острая панельная дискуссия по тем темам, которые мы затронули в течение дня с помощью наших американских коллег и их семинаров. Поэтому не отключайтесь, оставайтесь. Ну, а сейчас к просмотру Энди Кобата и его презентации по искусственному интеллекту.
Thanks to NADA for the opportunity today to present our topic on using AI to fix your vehicle pricing and promotion problems. My hope for you today is that you'll leave this workshop with two very important understandings. One is that the way many dealers are currently pricing and promoting their cars is inefficient, and it's ripe for improvement. We'll discuss how vehicle pricing and promotion haven't really changed much over the last decade, even as consumer shopping preferences and the places they go online to research and shop for cars has changed considerably. We'll also talk about how AI, or what we could call the combination of data science and machine learning, offers dealers a clear path forward to optimize the retail outcome of every car, even as the environment where pricing and promotion becomes more complex. AI means a lot of different things to different people. The way we think about AI at vAuto could be described as a combination of data science and machine learning. When these outcomes come together, you have the opportunity to gain new insights that can help you identify the problems that may have gone unknown or unnoticed and begin to solve them. For a lot of dealers, AI can be viewed as scary and possibly even unnecessary. What does AI have to do with selling cars? Well, if we look at the used car departments across the country through the end of last year, the average net profit per used car retailed reported by NADA was only $14. In 2018, it was $6, and the year before that, it was negative. Now, while the net profit has increased by a few dollars, we're still talking about a marginal return on what is often a $20,000 or more investment in a used car. And if you look deeper at the data, you'll find most dealers fall into one of two buckets. They're either already losing money or they're headed towards losses unless they do something dramatically different to change their profitability. AI holds the potential for dealers to get out of these buckets and take steps to restore profitability to a department where it's been steadily slipping away. Another reason dealers need to recognize that AI can be beneficial for their business is that the use of AI-powered technology and tools is on the rise across a lot of different industries. The simple fact is AI is all around us. Amazon and Netflix, two companies that I'm sure you're all familiar with, have built a business on using AI. And if we scan the recent headlines, you can see that AI is transforming businesses all across the spectrum. Let's discuss an example. In May of 2020, the business magazine Fast Company featured Seattle-based boutique investment firm J4 Capital, which has built an AI-driven system that beat the Dow stock market returns by 28%. They call theirs artificial superintelligence. It's even more intelligent. And I guess with those kind of returns, they can justify it. Clothing companies like American Eagle Outfitters and The Gap have used AI-powered robots to make distribution centers more efficient. They've increased their use of AI technologies in warehouses to minimize the need for workers and potential exposure to the coronavirus in 2020. Now, if there's one thing that can be said about the automotive industry, it's that we're an industry that really prefers to wait until technology is proven before we see wide-scale adoption. When I first started in automotive in the late 1990s, the big technological advancement in business was CRM systems. And Siebel Systems was the big leader, and they saw phenomenal growth. But CRM systems really didn't gain a foothold in the automotive until a few years later. An example of how the automotive industry is typically 3 years behind other industries when it comes to technology adoption. One of the places where AI emerged in automotive relates to the company that I lead at Cox Automotive, vAuto. When vAuto first came on the scene more than 15 years ago, inventory management had become a source of competitive advantage in many other retail industries. I'm sure we're all familiar with how Walmart uses inventory management efficiently to outpace and outsell its competition. But market data-driven inventory management had not yet arrived in automotive. This represented an opportunity for vAuto founder Dale Pollack, who combined data science and algorithms to pioneer the use of inventory management metrics, such as market day supply, cost to market, and price to market. Dealers then began to use these data-driven insights to gain a competitive advantage and increase sales and profitability. Today, most dealers wouldn't think of trying to run a used vehicle department without these metrics and technology and tools to help them make good decisions. As data science and technologies develop, They offer insights into new opportunities for dealers. One of the big opportunities relates to the way dealers price their used cars. Historically, dealers have followed the same singular strategy for pricing cars. It's like a big mill wheel. Dealers effectively treat every vehicle exactly the same when they price it. Fresh cars get the biggest markups, and dealers discount prices as the car ages. The strategy came about, at least in part, as dealers needed an efficient way to put prices on every car to satisfy consumer expectations for greater pricing transparency on the internet. As data science has advanced at vAuto, we've been looking for ways to offer more predictive and precise outcomes for each car. We've learned, for example, that when you build an algorithm that properly accounts for and weighs each of the metrics I mentioned before around cost to market and market day supply, its recent sales activity in the market, and a dealer's past performance with that type of car, you can really know each vehicle's potential value as an investment. When we applied this investment value algorithm to used vehicle pricing, we found a really interesting inversion. Dealers were pricing their worst investments the most proudly, and their best investments as if the cars needed to be retailed really fast. The pricing problem means dealers are giving away gross on their most profitable investments and trying to make gross on cars that just don't justify it, leading to further and further aging your inventory and more net profit losses on deals when these vehicles do finally sell. We were surprised by how consistent this inversion occurred across the country and began to realize that the reason it shows up is that many dealers are following a very similar pricing strategy, one that prices the vehicles exactly the same way without accounting for each vehicle's unique investment value. With the understanding that each vehicle has a unique investment value, we began to see the new reality of pricing vehicles in today's market. We now know that pricing should be anything but a mill wheel. It's more like gears in a gearbox, where some smaller gears turn much more faster than others. The faster moving flywheels would be the bronze cars in our example, which need to turn more quickly to realize a profit. The slower moving, larger gears, providing the most force for your used car department, would be the platinum vehicles, which don't need to turn as quickly because they have a higher profit potential. Put another way, there's a lot more complexity and nuance to pricing vehicles today if you really want to do it profitably. Now, bear with me, as this slide could be really confusing. But what this slide tries to show is the complexity of the pricing decision across a dealer's used vehicle inventory when it's segmented by investment value. You can see that there's variability across investment values and then within each investment class. But here's the good news. AI makes it possible to do something a single used vehicle manager or inventory specialist could never do with effective consistency. Know the optimal price point for every car at any given moment to maximize the vehicle's return on investment. It's like comparing using a dealer's use of the calendar for making pricing adjustments to the equivalent of using a sundial to keep track of time when you need a stopwatch. The data science and machine learning helps us know that each vehicle's investment value and its price sensitivity is vastly different. As we go forward, it'll be ever more important for dealers to use technology and tools to solve the pricing complexity for each car without guessing or trying to calculate each vehicle's optimal price position on your own. As we've used data science and AI to understand used vehicle pricing in today's market, we've also realized that there's a way to unpack this complexity. For example, We know that in each investment class, there's an opportunity for penetration pricing, where vehicles with the lowest values in an investment class can be priced really aggressively. Here you can see bronze cars that should be priced lower in the market to optimize your return, because we know they should be retailed very fast if you want to realize a positive return. But even in the bronze category, certain cars require a penetration pricing strategy to optimize their return. On the opposite end of the spectrum, in this slide, we can see how a skim pricing strategy can apply to platinum vehicles. These are vehicles that are naturals. They have low market day supply and high demand. They can command a premium price position to ensure dealers realize the maximum return on their platinum investment value. In addition to applying data science and AI to vehicle pricing, we've also applied it to vehicle promotion. And what we've found is that just like pricing, the proper promotion of vehicles has really changed. It's more sophisticated than it used to be. So let's have a look. Just as dealers typically apply a one-size-fits-all strategy for pricing, they often follow a similar path as they promote vehicles online. They follow the same approach for writing descriptions by using the same boilerplate language. They send the vehicles to the same websites and then often only adjust promotion efforts on individual cars as they age in inventory. The approach is not unlike putting all your vehicles on one big ship and setting it off to sea. The results of using the same strategy to promote every car results in the situation you see on this slide. The chart represents a dealer's inventory. The x-axis along the bottom is VDPs per day. The y-axis along the side is the number of cars. This picture represents a problem that's common across dealerships today. You have a lot of vehicles lined up along the left, cars that get little or no VDP activity. Meanwhile, to the right, you have some cars that get lots of VDPs. This disparity means that dealers' advertising investments aren't yielding the outcomes that they should. Today, dealers often lower prices to get more online attention and engagement from potential buyers. But here's what we know about today's marketplace for used cars. There are sites consumers really use to shop, and success on those sites, whether it's your own or a third-party site, depends on how the site works and the specifics of the vehicle you want to promote. This is an important takeaway. The best promotion strategy depends on the car itself, a VIN-specific promotion strategy. As a result, it'll be increasingly important for dealers to have a targeted promotion plan for every car to achieve the most optimal results, and to use advanced technology and tools to determine the best ways to promote a car without investing the money and time to figure it out yourself for every car. So let's put it all together. Let's look at how advanced technology and data science can help dealers optimize their pricing and promotion to more effectively and efficiently manage and retail their used cars. The big pricing and promotion opportunities provided by advanced technology and machine learning are that dealers no longer have to guess or figure it out on their own. Whether to pull the price or promotion lever to get more attention and move a car can be prescribed by the technology. The technology simplifies all this complexity. Dealers can instantly know the right thing to do with either price or promotion or a combination of the two to get the best results with a specific car. When you view pricing and promotion as two equal levers that can help you move a car, you have two options, each of which can be used individually or in tandem with each other. For every one of the 50, 75, 100 or more vehicles in your inventory, there's a lot to keep track of and think about. This chart gives you an idea of the complexity across individual used vehicle investment classes. The reality is that some cars need a greater focus on price, and some need a greater focus on the promotion, and some need a combination of both. So let's look at a couple of examples of how this plays out. This Jeep Wrangler is a bronze car, meaning it offers the lowest level of investment potential. The dealer's asking price is a little bit over $39,000. With AI-driven data, we know the vehicle's price position is really good. It ranks in the top 7 among competing vehicles in the market. And given its price sensitivity, the vehicle doesn't need to be priced cheaper to sell, even though the vehicle has a low investment value and shouldn't really stay on your lot very long in order to realize a profit. But AI-powered insights tells us something else that's important for this car. It could get a lot more online attention if the dealer promoted it in a different way. In this instance, in the bar graph in orange, a spotlight on AutoTrader would more than double the daily VDPs the vehicle receives, which would be a wise investment, given it's in the dealer's best interest to retail the vehicle sooner rather than later, because it has that lower grade investment value. This Jeep is an example of bronze skim pricing that, when coupled with the right promotion, can yield a more positive outcome. And the AI can tell us where the pricing and promotion should be at any given time. This next example is a Lincoln MKZ. It's a silver car, meaning it offers a better investment value than a bronze, but not as much as gold or platinum. The dealer's asking price is a little bit under $28,000. With AI-driven data, we know this vehicle, even though it's a silver car, has a lot of price competition in the market, and it's got a lot of price sensitivity. AI also tells us another story about this vehicle, that while its performance on AutoTrader isn't great, the vehicle wouldn't see much benefit from additional investment with a spotlight ad. The prescription for this car is to price it right, to get more online attention and online engagement from buyers that this car deserves. This Lincoln is an example of silver penetration pricing that, if done correctly, would not necessarily require additional promotional pushes. I thought it would be useful to see how these vehicles might appear in a dealer's inventory. Here you can see how the Jeep and the Lincoln land in the respective quadrants, given what the data science and AI tells us about the cars and how best to price and promote them in the market. We're already seeing early signs of the payoff from AI-guided pricing and promotion. When technology helps you optimize both, it puts you in a more informed and market-smart position with consumers, which ultimately leads to improved profits. Also, we've seen cars change over time. So the right strategy this week might change as the supply and demand of the car changes next week. We believe that data science and machine learning will do more than just transform how dealers price and promote their cars. In some cases, the pricing and promotion decisions can be automated. We also believe we'll see similar data-driven automation when it comes to appraising cars and deciding whether to wholesale or retail them. AI also brings other benefits, like lower personnel costs due to less need for human hands in decision-making, the opportunity to effectively and efficiently scale pricing and promotion and other strategies amongst bigger inventory sizes. We also believe that the advent of AI will ultimately improve profit outcomes for dealers. They'll consistently make better decisions that yield better investment returns. We're on the cusp of a real big change in our industry with AI-powered technology. A while ago, when I first started in my career, I was in the chemical industry. And there was a laboratory equipment that was used by chemists in the rubber industry to measure something called tensile strength on a piece of rubber. It's how flexible and how strong that piece of rubber is, so that it could withstand the use case that it was being applied in, whether it was a hose or a gasket or a belt. And back then, chemists at Goodyear Tire and Rubber, for example, could bite into that piece of rubber and tell you the tensile strength between 1 or 2 points. But as the use case became more demanding and the need to understand tensile strength in a more precise manner, the need for these laboratory equipment tools began to exist. And using the technology to measure tensile strength more precisely was very much needed. The same thing is happening in our industry. In order to improve profitability and outcomes of every car, we need to get more precise. And AI presents the opportunity for us to get there. I'd like to again thank NADA for the opportunity to present our workshop today. Thank you for paying attention and listening today.
Мы открываем панельную дискуссию, которая поставит вопросы на тему применимости тех или иных практик, методов и бизнес-процессов, которые предлагают нам коллеги из США как успешные. Применимо ли это все на российском рынке? Что-то где-то, возможно, мы убежали вперед, где-то мы отстаем. Нужно определенным образом сверить часы и понять, что из этого нужно применить в первую очередь. И для панельной дискуссии к нам любезно присоединились наши коллеги. Даниил Шкурыгин из команды Авто.ру, Владислав Ведерников из группы компании «Рольф» и Александр Никонов из группы компании «Авилон». Спасибо, коллеги, что присоединились сегодня, нашли время. Я надеюсь на такую острую дискуссию. Вчера она получилась довольно интересной. Не все друг с другом были согласны, но тем не менее пришли к пиетету, потому что дилерам жить и жить довольно успешно. Сегодня посмотрим, как те инструменты и те практики, которые есть на американском рынке, жить ли им на нашем рынке вместе с нами, с успешными, прибыльными и доходными. Начнем, пожалуй, с того вопроса, который звучал сегодня чаще всего. Это вопрос управления складом автомобилей и новых, и автомобилей с пробегом. Я заметил, что есть таких 2 лейтмотива. Первый лейтмотив, о котором говорят спикеры, о том, что у отдела вообще должен в отделе продаж автомобилей, в отделе продаж новых автомобилей, может быть, в целом на них двоих должен появиться какой-то человек, который отвечает за управление тем самым складом. О чем они говорят? Они говорят о том, что есть отдел запчастей, у него есть руководитель, там какой-то определенный объем денег в оборотке, а есть отдел склад, огромный склад новых и подержанных, где денег гораздо больше, но вроде человека ответственного прямо за него нет. И второй момент, о котором они говорят, это тема того, что этого человека, такая контрпозиция, что не нужен нам этот человек, и не нужно нам плодить еще дополнительных сотрудников, надо просто все это заменить на искусственный интеллект, на алгоритмы, забить на вот такое вот ручное управление, забыть о нем и начать это все управлять машинным обучением. Что скажете?
Кто начнет?
Ну, кто начнет, кто начнет.
Слушайте, я могу сказать, что, в принципе, в Рольфе давно это уже работает. У нас есть на больших локациях выделенные сотрудники, которые занимаются стоком. А вообще руководители отделов продаж и СП занимаются как раз тем, что смотрят в том числе и за стоками. Кроме этого, если говорить про искусственный интеллект, у нас есть программы МДС, VVSP, которые, во-первых, помогают качественно оценивать автомобили при входе. Они дают нам возможность понять, сколько аналогичные автомобили простояли у нас на стоке, с какой ценой они были приняты, с какой ценой они были проданы, какая маржинальность на данном конкретном автомобиле, данной конкретной марки. Ну и, соответственно, дальше мы можем смотреть в том числе и на стоки, понимая, сколько автомобиль стоит у нас, когда он выходит у нас за срок 60+, что нам нужно сделать для того, чтобы продать его быстрее, когда были уценки, ну и так далее, так далее, так далее.
И это собственные программы? Это
собственные программы, собственные разработки. Если говорить чисто об управлении через искусственный интеллект, наверное, на сегодняшний момент это не совсем актуально, на мой взгляд, потому что присутствие человека и все-таки управление процессами через человека, оно достаточно эффективно. А программы помогают это делать.
Александр?
Саш, я начну с главного. Я, наверное, сторонник второй версии. Такой человек не нужен, потому что в реалиях, в дилерском бизнесе управлением стоком занимается даже большая команда стоком автомобилей, чем в запчастях. И мне кажется, сложно утверждать, что нет ответственного. Это всегда руководитель отдела продаж. Есть диспоненты, есть логисты, есть старшие менеджеры. И здесь надо разделить на две вещи. Вот новые автомобили — это совершенно своя логика и свои алгоритмы, и бэушные автомобили — это своя логика и свои алгоритмы. Интересный вопрос про искусственный интеллект. Мы проводили эксперимент, и мы... Ну, искусственный интеллект, он тоже бывает разный, да? Вот бывает роботизация, а бывает именно интеллект, который выполняет за человека определенную мозговую деятельность.
Принимает решение, по сути.
Да. Мы считали приблизительно экономику. Вот мы замерили все рутинные процессы, которые делают люди руками, и выяснили, что если посадить на эти процессы робота, то нам его нечем загрузить, потому что он работает 24 часа, а робот не дешевое удовольствие. И получается, что робота нужно догружать какими-то еще процессами. И в нашем бизнесе, ну вот с точки зрения заказа, планирования поставок заказа автомобилей, 24/7 нет работы. Искусственный интеллект еще более дорогая история. И, собственно говоря, возникает вопрос, а зачем? Вот сколько в моменте у дилера может быть, не знаю, винов для заказа, да? Ну, это там 1000, может быть, 2. Но для искусственного интеллекта там нет фронта работы. Поэтому, если будет готовый продукт в виде коробочного решения, который ты взял и поставил, это здорово, но с другой стороны, мне кажется, что он вряд ли появится, потому что количество неизвестных в этой модели, я сейчас говорю про новые автомобили, оно очень высокое. Искусственный интеллект может сказать, что, слушай, там, вот тебе нужно 100 крет, но тебе их не дают импортер, да?
Просто нет.
Или искусственный интеллект говорит, заказывай белые автомобили, а ты не можешь, тебе нужно заказывать только серые автомобили, да? И это очень многофакторная модель, и она меняется постоянно во времени. Поэтому, мне кажется, очень будет сложно сделать математическую логику, которая позволит в этой модели жить. То есть, с одной стороны, это дорого, с другой стороны, это, как мне кажется, сложно. По бизнесу БУ, да, подтверждаю слова коллеги. Такие программы есть. Они носят разный прикладной характер. В частности, мы используем 7 эксперт. И здесь, скорее всего, это не программа управления складом, а программа оценки автомобилей, программа определения стоимости вывода в продажу. И как одна из частей это управление. Управление основано на многофакторной модели. Есть ROI, есть дни хранения на складе, есть постоянное сравнение с рынком, что нужно делать с ценой. Но ключевое — это управление ценой. То есть все в БУ все завязано на одном факторе — это управление ценой. Если ты попадаешь по цене в рынок, ты продаешь автомобиль. Не попадаешь, он у тебя стоит. Вот, поэтому, с одной стороны, команды, которые отвечают за склады, они достаточно большие, и нельзя говорить, что это только один человек. Это точно не один человек, у него есть диспонент, у него есть логисты, то есть это командные усилия. С другой стороны, математика и искусственный интеллект, ну, как мне видится, в бизнесе новых автомобилей точно пока не приживутся, просто это дорого и не нужно.
Там довольно интересный момент, что как раз компании, которые так или иначе предлагают алгоритмы ценообразования, внедрять какое-то машинное обучение, есть два подхода. Первый — человек обязательно нужен в принятии решений. Второй подход со стороны, и в том числе в России также эти компании разделяются, что человек на самом деле помешает. Вот. Все-таки, по вашему мнению, человек должен остаться, если я правильно услышал. Без него принять решение об оценке автомобиля может быть рискованно. Скорее помощник, получается.
Мне кажется, здесь надо я не знаю, удобно ли шутить, но как в анекдоте, девушка, вы или разденьтесь, или оденьтесь. Скорее человек не нужен, и он будет мешать машине. То есть если стратегия доверять математике и логике, человек будет мешать. Ну, по крайней мере, на основе модели заказа запчастей, вот мы видим, что, скорее всего, логист, когда вмешивается, он делает неправильное действие.
Именно вот. Как вы со стороны одного из крупнейших классифайдов, вы, я уверен, смотрите по клиентам, кто использует какую-то алгоритмику или модели, а кто нет. Кто из них успешнее, может быть, или ваш подход? Рекомендуете ли вы использовать подобное программное обеспечение? Любые мат-модели, даже не программное обеспечение?
Саш, спасибо. Ну, я, во-первых, поддержу коллег. Очевидно, что потребность такая есть, и она сформирована достаточно давно и стоит остро. То есть управлять складом, очевидно, что это необходимость, да, текущей реалии. Для нас очевидно, что сейчас этим занимаются люди, и мы взаимодействуем с людьми на местах, да, которые занимаются управлением склада, и сами даем инструменты для того, чтобы это было делать эффективно. Ну, все знают, что у нас есть личный кабинет. Все знают, что там достаточно много есть информации, опять же, о том, сколько машина стоит на складе, какая рыночная стоимость этой позиции, какая рекомендованная цена, какой срок продажи и так далее. Более того, сейчас у нас появилась возможность мультипостинга, то есть можно сразу из нашего кабинета постить объявления и на Авито, и на Дром, что делает эту историю еще более удобной. Соответственно, мы пока понимаем, что без человека не обойтись, но тенденция и такой запрос, он на рынке сформирован к тому, чтобы максимально приблизить, если говорить про автомобиля, оценку к автоматизированной. Потому что, очевидно, что это позволит сэкономить и снизить косты на сотрудников, потому что оценщики — это одни из самых дорогостоящих персоналов, которые есть в автомобильном бизнесе, потому что этим людям надо доверять, их достаточно мало, поскольку это узкоспециализированная направленность, узкая экспертиза. Вот. И мы со своей стороны делаем достаточно много шагов для того, чтобы свою оценку, которая у нас есть на Авто.ру, улучшить и сделать так, чтобы ей можно было доверять больше. У нас есть достаточно хорошие успехи в этом плане. Мы сравнивались в том числе с нашими конкурентами. Одного из них назвал Александр, с которым сотрудничает. И используя тот массив данных, который есть на Авто.ру, я вижу, что перспективы в этом есть достаточно хорошие. То есть оценка будет становиться все точнее, точнее, точнее. Учитывая прозрачность на рынке, которая формируется, да, здесь нам способствует в том числе и понимание по тем отчетам, которые есть, информацию, которую можно консолидировать, сейчас собирать с разных открытых источников. И здесь, кажется, действительно, когда-то мы к этому придем, по крайней мере, хочется на это действительно надеяться.
Я слышал такую интересную фразу от американских коллег. Они возводят все в абсолют. Ну, это в принципе у них такой формат. Они говорят, что нет вопроса использовать или не использовать машинное обучение, какой-то искусственный интеллект, неважно, как мы это назовем, в процессе ценообразования на автомобиле. И есть вопрос, что кто-то не будет его использовать, скорее всего, останется позади. Вот, то есть они всегда говорят о том, что это теперь какая-то определенная необходимость, и с этим нужно жить. Второй момент, переходя к второму вопросу, который я хотел затронуть, это вопрос предпродажной подготовки автомобиля. Многие считают, что США в определенном образе с точки зрения оценки эффективности предпродажной подготовки за счет существования, в первую очередь, аукционной индустрии. То есть аукционная индустрия позволяет им на огромных массивах данных понимать, что восстановлены, я как пример приведу, у меня в памяти запечатлился такой пример, запах сигаретного дыма в салоне. Они вычислили, что запах сигаретного дыма влияет минус 0,7% от стоимости автомобиля на массиве огромного количества автомобилей. У них есть там специальное измерение, как это делать. И вот эта штука позволяет им говорить о том, стоит ли заниматься той или иной частью предпродажной подготовки. Я сейчас говорю, там, не знаю, поменять ветровое стекло, к примеру. Насколько вложения в 6 тысяч рублей окупятся увеличением стоимости. И одна из ключевых вещей, завтра, к слову, мы планировали сказать об этом раньше, но я сейчас только вспомнил, что завтра специально, эта тема просто вызвала большой интерес, и завтра по предпродажной подготовке дополнительный будет семинар в рамках потока цифровых продаж, будет дополнительный семинар по предпродажной подготовке и по организации, автоматизации этого процесса, поэтому не пропустите, мы его там дополнительно вставим в один из слотов, который есть, поэтому будет такой небольшой бонус от организаторов РОАД. Вот. И вопрос задается такой. Измеряется ли сегодня, как нас убеждают коллеги в Соединенных Штатах, они убеждают, что они измеряют возврат инвестиций от каждого, условно говоря, вложенного доллара. Вот. Если реально такой бизнес-процесс, или это больше, какая сказать, больше у нас сейчас построена бумажная какая-то такая, или на основе принятого индивидуального решения? Как у вас сейчас?
Саша, очень хорошая тема. Мы говорим в основном про БУ, потому что если говорить про новые автомобили, там все регламентировано, все понятно. Просто по БУ автомобилям я считаю, что это очень перспективная история, потому что я не видел ни одной, по крайней мере в России, работоспособной модели оценки затрат на доведение автомобиля до какого-то состояния. И безусловно, дилеры меряют косты, ну, то есть сколько в среднем я трачу на подготовку автомобиля. Но рабочая модель, а вот я вложил 1 рубль, а что мне это дает, это очень хороший инструментарий, который, безусловно, позволит нам больше зарабатывать. Но рабочих моделей пока нет. Более того, существует гипотеза, не знаю, откуда она взялась у нас на рынке, но вот многие дилеры побежали в дополнительную подготовку. То есть сначала мы просто там автомобиль мыли, потом мы стали его полировать, потом мы стали что-то ремонтировать. И вот есть мнение, что доведенный до определенного состояния автомобиль, у него маржа больше. Но как это померить, вот я лично не знаю. Не знаю, если сейчас ребята поделятся секретами, было бы хорошо. Мы просто пока меряем средние величины и не занимаемся управлением на основе данных.
Владислав, у вас?
Ну, я соглашусь с Александром. Наверное, пока в России особо в эту сторону никто не смотрит. Что касается нас, то мы все-таки концентрировались на том, чтобы оказывать клиенту максимальную качественную предпродажную подготовку. Потому что не секрет, что зачастую клиенты считают, что дилерских центров им навязывают какие-то услуги, и доверие к дилерским центрам только восстанавливается в настоящее время. Вот наша задача сделать так, чтобы клиенты не боялись покупать у нас. Поэтому мы доводим автомобили, мы сокращаем сроки подготовки автомобилей и вывода в продажу. Да? У нас есть собственный продукт, гарантия роль с пробегом, который мы запустили год назад, и который позволяет зарабатывать дополнительные деньги на определенном парке автомобилей, на котором мы поддерживаем гарантию.
Она бесплатная, если...
Она абсолютно бесплатная для клиента, да. Есть определенные...
Условно бесплатно. Платит все равно он.
Есть определенные моменты, которые клиент должен выполнять. Это приезжать к нам на инспекционный осмотр, соответственно, через 30-45 дней осмотреть машину. Дальше, соответственно, он должен пройти у нас ТО. В этом случае поддерживается гарантия. Но согласитесь, это достаточно такой весомый инструмент для удержания клиента, во-первых, а для клиента, опять же, лишний аргумент покупать у нас, потому что он может к нам приехать и какие-то крупные узлы и агрегаты поменять по гарантии абсолютно для него бесплатно.
Но если я правильно понимаю, в этом случае появляются определенные обязательства предпродажной подготовки, потому что, ну, я имею в виду обязательства с точки зрения предпродажной подготовки по направлению безопасности, назовем его так, потому что теперь, давая гарантию, я должен гарантировать, что и те узлы и агрегаты, на которые я даю гарантию, они восстановлены.
У нас есть определенный чек-лист, по которому мы смотрим, насколько автомобиль подпадает под гарантию. Есть 3 уровня гарантии: золотой, серебряный и бронзовый. Соответственно, если машина по году, по пробегу подпадает под определенный уровень, в нормальном техническом состоянии, либо мы довели ее до нормального технического состояния согласно чек-листу, она попадает в золотой, серебряный или бронзовый уровень. Автомобили, которые не подпадают ни под какие условия, либо мы понимаем, что мы на них не готовы поддерживать нашу гарантию, соответственно, они попадают на аукцион и продаются через аукцион.
Верно ли я услышал, что, ну, получается, что мы стараемся сделать прозрачную и такую комфортную для клиента услугу, но ответить досконально на вопрос сегодня, сколько вот этот вот рубль, вложенный в восстановительный ремонт, связанный с тем, чтобы, ну, для гарантии, либо не для гарантии, все равно, ну, такой, как сказать, мат-модельки, тоже, опять же, какого-то вычисления у нас все равно пока нет.
Если мы говорим про ROI,
да,
пока такого нет. Ну, разумеется, мы понимаем свои косты, затраты, которые мы тратим на предпродажу.
Да, return on investment, возврат инвестиций, соответственно, это как раз возврат инвестиций с каждого вложенного рубля, да, пока эта штука.
Саша, я хотел добавить, важно понимать, на каком уровне находится наш рынок, да, потому что все-таки вот история автомобиля, ну, по крайней мере, в Америке, она намного белее и честнее. И дилер в момент принятия решения, вот он купил автомобиль, он видит, что вообще с ним. И он может понимать, надо это менять или не надо. Я купил автомобиль, я не вижу, что с ним, как правило. Поэтому это второй как бы нюанс, да. Соответственно, мы должны принимать решения. Вот я вкладываю в ремонт 100 тысяч, но я получу 200. Или я вкладываю 100 тысяч, потом я продал, там вылезло еще миллион болячек, да, и я потерял деньги. И здесь мы больше вот надеемся на наших коллег из IT-индустрии, которые все-таки серьезно стоят на рельсах, показывать честную историю, честную диагностику, честное состояние автомобиля. И вот когда это дойдет до определенного уровня, тогда можно будет использовать, как мне кажется, софт для того, чтобы он определял, надо ремонтировать, не надо ремонтировать.
Я вот как раз хотел слово Данилу передать, потому что вы, по-моему, в прошлом году запустили уже так широко историю с отчетами по автомобилям, если мне память не изменяет, да?
Да, Саш, я прям жду слова, потому что тема,
Извини.
правда, очень интересная. И есть много поинтов, несколько поинтов, которые я хотел бы особенно отметить. Ну, раз уж ты задал свой вопрос про отчеты, действительно, мы их запустили не в прошлом году, а уже несколько лет назад. В прошлом году у нас был ребрендинг.
Ребрендинг, точно,
Да.
поэтому я
Теперь мы
запомнил.
называемся ProAuto, и теперь у нас есть название, по которому нас легко идентифицировать, скажем так. Вот. И действительно, сейчас данных там очень много, и со временем становится все больше и больше, и правда, рынку сейчас проще принять решение и понять, что за автомобиль стоит перед тобой, когда ты его планируешь выкупать. И, кстати, для тех дилеров, кто с нами обменивается информацией, тем проверка по вину предоставляется совершенно бесплатно. То есть это, правда, такая win-win, да, история, где можно улучшить свою точку входа при приемке автомобилей. Следующий поинт, который очень интересен, по поводу того, что никто не использует, скажем так, доработку автомобилей для достижения надбавочной стоимости. Я бы с этим поспорил, потому что есть у нас широкий рынок профессиональных продавцов, физиков, так называемых перекупов, которые, если отбросить плохих, которые крутят пробеги там, и так далее, обманывают клиентов, это не весь рынок, есть те, кто этого не делает, которые как раз-таки используют историю с доработкой, до доведения автомобиля до какого-то более приятного состояния с целью создания надбавочной стоимости. И в том числе мы видим, ну, ни для кого не секрет, что часть автомобилей они приобретают в том числе у дилеров. И мы замечаем, видим статистику, когда автомобиль от дилера переезжает к профессиональному продавцу и в дальнейшем продается с надбавочной стоимостью, хотя пробег остается таким же. Более того, у нас есть инструмент, который называется «Снова в продаже». Мы, в принципе, его делали для того, чтобы дилеры могли работать с теми машинами, которые они продали, да, потому что вы эти машины знаете, у вас есть вся история и так далее. И достаточно легко ее выкупать, если эта машина появилась в продаже на Авто.ру после того, как уехала от вас. Но тут есть еще побочный эффект. Можно смотреть интересную статистику, наблюдать за тем, как некоторые машины уезжают перекупом и буквально там через неделю, через две после продажи выставляются по цене там заведомо дороже, хотя пробег может быть такой же. И здесь я бы советовал коллегам, кто думает в эту сторону, понаблюдать, потому что встречаются достаточно интересные кейсы, где наценка, она прям существенная. Хотя, по сути, да.
Здесь еще интересно, если я правильно понимаю, понаблюдать, эта наценка появилась и вот эта добавленная стоимость на следующий же день, и тогда есть вопросы каким-то уже не как сказать-то, умышленным действием в этом случае, либо она появилась после длительного восстановительного ремонта в месяц, что совершенно другая история.
Да, все так. Инструмент доступен всем, в любому дилерскому центру, любому руководителю, собственнику. Поэтому заходите, смотрите. И ты правильно совершенно говоришь, что можно какую-то аналогию попробовать провести. Действительно, ну, если ее перепродали, выставили на следующий день, цена там плюс 100 тысяч рублей, очевидно, надо поработать с процессом оценки. Да? Если ее выставили через месяц и видно, что какие-то доработки были произведены, там замена лобового стекла там, и так далее, это же по фотографиям будет очевидно, то понятно, что вот эта вот стоимость была создана за счет каких-то действительно манипуляций с качеством автомобиля.
Добавленная стоимость, она существенна и действительно, ну, то есть в нее вложили время и силы.
Да. Я еще добавлю, на самом деле, просто как клиент, как покупатель автомобилей, что на самом деле кажется, что рынок стремится к тому, что когда ты приходишь покупать автомобиль, и ты покупаешь готовый товар к эксплуатации. Тебе не надо ехать тут же менять колодки, тут же менять масло на то и так далее. Особенно в сегменте, понятно, дорогом и премиальном. И кажется, рынок к этому потихонечку стремится. Все больше людей среди моих знакомых, кому-то интересно, кто хотел бы так приобрести бэушный автомобиль. И еще я добавлю, что один из питерских дилеров, сейчас не буду называть, на всякий случай, активно смотрит в эту сторону и создал процесс, при котором они будут прям вот приводить машину вот в такой порядок, что ты пришел, купил, да, эту машину с пробегом, но тебе прям хочется в нее сесть и ехать и с удовольствием кататься. И это, кажется, здорово, поэтому хорошо, что мы поговорили про этот тренд, хорошо, что мы его обозначили, и, кажется, здесь есть очень хорошая зона роста именно для дилеров.
посмотрим за тем самым питерским дилером. Я думаю, большая часть из нас догадалась, про кого идет речь, поэтому понаблюдаем за тем, как у них это получается. Я бы хотел к следующему вопросу перейти, который меня сегодня так озаботил. Озаботил он меня в каком-то смысле в хорошем плане, потому что каждый раз, когда мы посещаем с группой РОАД, вот в тех поездках, которые организовывает команда РОАД на NADA, вот эти живые оффлайн поездки, последний раз, напомню, там уже 70, по-моему, 5 человек поехало. Я прям помню их удивление, когда они спросили, а сколько допа вы нагружаете на каждый автомобиль? На что ответ из эффективного дилерского центра от сотрудников прозвучал, что порядка $150 всего на каждый автомобиль в среднем, если говорить про аксессуары и доп. Оборудование. Что вызвало недоумение. Ребят, кто еще у кого поучиться должен? Вот. Опустим тему того, откуда, как это правильно сравнить, потому что мы к консенсусу и в тот раз не пришли. Что я сегодня хотел таких два момента отметить. Первый момент – это то, что наши американские коллеги во многом пошли в сторону продаж аксессуаров онлайн. И основной вопрос, который у них возникает, это момент, в который их нужно продавать, и нужно ли вообще продавать онлайн. Это первая часть вопроса. Я, пожалуй, два сразу же обозначу, может быть, или с первой начнем. Как удобнее вам? Окей, я вторую тогда сразу же часть. Вторая штука, которая нас удивляла очень сильно в рамках последних двух поездок, это наличие так называемых собственных торговых марок. Что это такое? Это, по сути дела, я не знаю, если вы когда-нибудь посещали Ашан, например, там «Мой день» есть. Ну, продукты прям «Мой день». Это отдельная линия, которая на самом деле собственная торговая марка. Она производится специально под эту сеть и продается с высокой наценкой, с большей оборачиваемостью в рамках там определенного сегмента. Продуктовая розница, например, делает это так. Что делают коллеги из Соединенных Штатов? Они, допустим, AutoNation запустил свою линию собственной торговой марки. Это щетки, стеклоочистители, фильтра, масляные, воздушные, аккумуляторы и прочее, которые они, соответственно, продают под своим брендом для сегмента автомобилей 4+, 5+. Вот мы в рамках аксессуаров, несмотря на то, что мы впереди с точки зрения средних чеков, но вот эти две вещи я отмечаю как то, куда нам стоит посмотреть. Интересно ваше мнение. Надо ли туда смотреть, или это там, грубо говоря, мои иллюзии, и денег там нету в итоге, в конце концов? Что скажете?
Слав, начнешь?
Давайте. Смотрите, что касается продажи новых машин. Я думаю, что мы в России абсолютно четко научились продавать доп. Гораздо лучше, чем американцы. Ну, и ваш спич это подтверждает. Наши чеки, ну, можно сказать, что очень-очень хорошие.
Я думаю, что в 10 раз больше практически.
Я думаю, что да, в зависимости от бренда, но тем не менее, что они в несколько раз превышают ту сумму, которую вы назвали. Другой вопрос, что у нас есть определенные возможности для продажи дополнительного оборудования через автомобили с пробегом и, соответственно, через сервис. Вот здесь зона роста, которая позволит зарабатывать дилерам дополнительно. Безусловно, я думаю, что все сейчас идут в сторону продаж аксессуаров и допов через АСП. И это действительно хорошо, похвально, в том числе и мы пытаемся нарастить чеки, поднять их хотя бы до уровня там, половины от того, что мы продаем в новых, а лучше сравняться с ним. Но есть определенная зона, это сервис, где можно продавать тоже. К сожалению, пока это в России находилось в тени. И здесь мы можем дополнительно зарабатывать деньги. Второй момент. Мы все-таки должны как-то начать сегментировать клиентов. Потому что продавать через автомобили с пробегом, либо через сервис дополнительное оборудование, которое ставилось при продаже нового автомобиля, сетки, сигнализации, это, наверное, уже все не то. Это уже утопия и вчерашний день. Нам нужно понять, во-первых, в разрезе брендов, какие клиенты к нам ездят, возрастные группы. Дальше, соответственно, понять, чем они занимаются, чем увлекаются, какие у них еженедельные, там, ежемесячные пробеги, да? Как они используют автомобиль, по выходным, либо каждый день. Есть ли у них животные, какие у них увлечения, рыбалка, охота, дача и так далее, и так далее. Исходя из этого уже сегментировать и просто предлагать конкретно те продукты, которые интересны данным клиентам.
Это получается такая персонализация.
Отчасти да. Я думаю, что дилеры, которые к этому придут первые, которые создадут какой-то продукт IT, который будет помогать в этом, ну, можно сказать, снимут сливки определенные с рынка. Отвечая на второй вопрос по поводу...
Давайте первый, да. А то я просто понял, что я вторым нагрузил, на самом деле, больше. Давайте первый, да, обсудим, подискутируем. Потому что я так понял, что есть что сказать.
Саша, у тебя больше, чем 2 вопроса.
Я приношу извинения, меня просто тема заботит.
Я на маленькую часть постараюсь ответить. Это онлайн-продажи доп. Оборудования. Это наисложнейшая тема. И вопросы шире от момента, когда продавать. Есть несколько гипотез, рабочих гипотез нет. Но мы пробовали продавать ДО онлайн и в момент, когда клиент покупает автомобиль, как мы это делаем в офлайне, и после. И пока побеждает гипотеза, что все-таки в онлайне человек должен просто купить автомобиль, а все остальное ему нужно предлагать потом, ненавязчиво, в виде писем, в виде догонять его рекламой. И это работает лучше. Второе, в онлайне должна быть совершенно другая стратегия, направленная не на увеличение одного чека, а на пакетное предложение небольших вещей. Это в онлайне покупают охотней. И следующая большая часть, которая вот у дилеров, это достаточно сложные перестройки, тюнинг, обвесы, что вообще невозможно продать в онлайне. Потому что у клиента возникает миллион вопросов, и невозможно никак его проконсультировать онлайн, чтобы он, сидя дома, понял вообще, что ему предлагают, почему это столько стоит. Второй большой аспект этого, что мешает развитию, это отсутствие контента, потому что надо делать фотографии, не компьютерные фотографии, какие-то живые фотографии, нужно давать видеообъяснения, и только тогда возникает некое доверие к товару, и человек начинает это покупать. Поэтому развитие онлайн продажи ДО получит, но это очень сложное и дорогостоящее мероприятие. Я думаю, что это не перспектива там, ближайших 3-4 лет, а, наверное, все-таки это более дальний горизонт. Если коротко, то так.
Мы сегодня с Владиславом как раз за кофе делились, стояли, просто смотрели одну из лекций и делились, что да, действительно, все-таки покупка доп. Оборудования при покупке нового автомобиля, это то, что, скорее всего, будет происходить в основном в офлайне.
Да, и при покупке автомобиля с пробегом то же самое.
Вся стратегия наших продаж нацелена на то, что продавец своей харизмы может в момент эмоционального взрыва покупателя убедить его купить что-то, может быть, даже и не очень нужное. Да? Но вот в онлайн это не прокатывает, это не происходит, это невозможно сделать.
Согласен. Эмоционального состояния от того, что я смотрю на картинку автомобиля, не возникает.
Ну, мы же понимаем, что человек, когда приобретает автомобиль, неважно, новый он или с пробегом, он, соответственно, покупает автомобиль. Для него это первично. Доп. Оборудование для него стоит на 2-м или там, на 3-м месте даже. И абсолютно правильно продавать дополнительное оборудование через шоурум. Там можно сделать визуализацию, рассказать там, по чек-листу определенному, какие продукты ему нужны, какие не нужны. Ну, за счет этого сделать доп. Продажу. Согласен с Александром, что онлайн в настоящий момент действительно не работает.
Я здесь добавлю по поводу онлайн-продаж, но не именно доп. Оборудования, по поводу онлайн-продаж автомобилей. Да? Такая популярная тема в связи с последними событиями. И когда мы говорим про эту часть истории, то наша позиция в том, что когда мы делаем шаги к онлайн-продажам, какие-то эксперименты, мы с этим в эту сторону тоже смотрим и пробуем различные варианты подхода. И мы разделяем точку зрения внутри себя, что все-таки при онлайн-продаже машины нужно предлагать пользователю, клиенту, в том числе и дополнительное оборудование. Во-первых, как минимум, справедливо будет ему рассказать о том, какой есть ассортимент, как он может улучшить свой автомобиль. Во-вторых, это честно по отношению к дилеру, поскольку мы даем возможность сделать какой-то апсейл, и либо как-то заинтересовать клиента, чтобы на месте уже при выдаче там что-то допродать. Вот. И здесь, кажется, не надо про это забывать, когда мы говорим про онлайн-продажи, что дополнительные продукты, они тоже должны быть предложены, и они тоже существенная часть сделки должны быть и должны ими оставаться.
Если я правильно услышал, то здесь еще мысль заключается в том, что, по сути дела, предварительное знакомство в онлайне в рамках карточки автомобиля и прохождения каких-то этапов с потенциальным дополнительным оборудованием, возможно, сокращает путь до покупки уже в шоуруме, потому что именно в тот момент, момент, когда эмоциональная возникает связь, ну, то самое, когда продавец зарядил, там уже, соответственно, есть примерное понимание, что мы не совсем каталогом его на 100 позиций знакомим, а все равно мы пытаемся его на те 10, которые, может быть, не предвыбрал, но, тем не менее, обратил внимание больше. Да, действительно.
Тут, Саш, извини, а может быть даже важно не столько вот именно действительно продать прямо в моменте, но, по крайней мере, дать понять клиенту, что уезжать на пустом, на голом автомобиле, это не совсем даже безопасно бывает зачастую, и не всегда дальновидно с точки зрения там дальнейшей, опять же, перепродажи машины впоследствии.
Согласен, защита картера — это страшно необходимая вещь, я считаю. Вот.
Но сейчас есть технология, позволяющая персонализировать клиента и предложить ему доп. Оборудование, ну, соответственно, его жизни, задачам. Дилеры их не применяют, и здесь возникает вторая проблема, связанная с спецификой нашего рынка. Если мы говорим про новые автомобили, все-таки дилеры обязаны соблюдать правила марок. Марок может доп. Оборудования не быть, или оно может быть очень дорогое, или оно может быть через полгода, а предлагать альтернативное дилер как бы, ну, в общем-то, не может. И чего нет на других рынках. Поэтому это тоже серьезно тормозит как бы продажи доп. Оборудования. Да, мы научились продавать много, но как бы есть нюансы.
В общем, нам надо искать тот самый нужный момент. Как говорят американские коллеги, они это называют sweet spot. Это когда все сошлось, это сладкая точка, когда сошлись интересы и покупателя, и продавца, и дистрибьютора в данном случае, и готовность эмоциональная, и готовность финансовая к приобретению. Ее надо искать. И это, как вы правильно заметили, это, наверное, не вопрос этого года или следующего, а 3-4 года это точно перспектива чуть дальше.
И я тебя подвел прям к ситуации с брендами. Да? Брендирование на сегодняшний день, как мне видится, в России невозможно. Потому что, условно говоря, у меня есть дилерский договор, в соответствии с которым я прохожу аудит от производителя. Если производитель видит на моем складе неоригинальные запчасти или какие-то еще запчасти, там, где не написан бренд, у дилера возникает проблема. И я думаю, что это единственная причина, по которой дилеры не пошли в продвижение своих собственных торговых марок.
Существенно не пошли.
Да, там на запчасти, на какие-то расходные материалы существенно не пошли.
Я понял. А у вас опыт, Владислав, с собственными торговыми
Я
марками?
абсолютно согласен с Александром. Есть определенные риски при аудитах со стороны производителей, импортеров, и, соответственно, вся выгода может быть упущена. Мы рассматривали вопрос года 3 назад, запустить собственный бренд каких-нибудь запчастей, ну, расходников, грубо говоря, тех же щеток, стеклоочистителя, фильтров, масляных, воздушных. Но в итоге, посчитав cost and benefit, мы поняли, что для нас это сейчас неинтересно. Соответственно, мы этот проект оставили, больше к нему не возвращались.
И, как мне кажется, у нас не так сильно развит пул заводов, которые вот условно могут сделать что-то, наклеить туда твой бренд, и это будет соответствовать каким-то нормальным стандартам. Да, то есть выбор поставщиков, он очень незначительный. И это как бы вторая часть истории.
Есть даже, по-моему, одна из региональных дилерских групп, которая сейчас открывает мультибрендовые сервисы под названием марки своих запчастей, которые они производят. И это какая-то другая гибридная модель, когда как раз, может быть, в том числе из ограничений, и в том числе для сохранения сегмента там, 4+, 5+, они открывают мультибрендовые сервисы, и там использование таких запчастей становится логичным и понятным продолжением вот таких собственных торговых марок. Может быть, под такие кейсы это и возможно.
Может быть, но если говорить в целом, то сейчас есть крупные игроки на рынке запчастей, которые запускают собственные продукты. Поэтому смысл дилерам заниматься выпуском под собственным брендом каких-то запчастей, если можно их абсолютно спокойно купить на рынке и использовать на постгарантийные автомобили.
Спасибо за мнение. Перейдем к следующему вопросу. Это вопрос по материалам наших семинаров, такой заключительный. Долгое время формат обслуживания, ну, я не знаю, я в автобизнес, может, пришел не так давно, как вы, вот, но с того первого дня, как я туда попал, по-моему, в 2009 году, я знал, что в сервисе есть понятный процесс. Визит клиента, диалоговый, или там интерактивный прием, как ее часто называют, расширение заказ-наряда на основании нее, выполнение работ. После этого, соответственно, передача автомобиля клиенту. Это был какой-то такой офлайн офлайн история, у меня была какая-то запись по телефону, потом весь этот процесс с согласованием с каким-то, возможно, в процессе по телефону дополнительных работ, если они нашлись уже, когда машина висит на подъемнике, и потом выдача автомобиля в офлайне. Понятный, четкий процесс, который, как мне кажется, в моей жизни, он вот прям вот все 12-13 лет я в автобизнесе, вот он все эти года существует, и тут внезапно за последние 2 года в повестке наших американских коллег появляются сразу же 3 истории. Это 3 истории. Первая история — это терминалы самообслуживания в сервисе, когда ключ сдается без участия мастера-консультанта, и вся допродажа происходит без участия мастера-консультанта. Второе — это согласование работ вместо того, чтобы по телефону, с помощью видео, отправленного клиенту. И третья вещь вообще, как сказать, такая революционная, с одной стороны, вроде не революционная по сути, но революционная с точки зрения стандартного процесса. Это тема, когда мы, называется на консьерж-сервис, когда мы забираем автомобиль у дома клиента, не с помощью эвакуатора, а с помощью сотрудника, условно говоря, и производим сервисные работы чуть ли не в ночное время и возвращаем, соответственно, этот автомобиль обратно. Эти 3 концепции, так или иначе, последние 2 года прямо они гудят, очень сильно растормошили рынок, часть из них начинает сильно расти. Вопрос, насколько они применимы, неприменимы, полезны для нашей. Стоит ли, в общем, нам обращать внимание на все эти нетрадиционные подходы, или стоит остаться в традиционном процессе? Ваше мнение?
Я вот, можно, Саша, начну?
Да.
Я просто, опять же, как клиент сервиса, вот второй пункт мне прям очень нравится, просто как потребителю. Когда ты загоняешь машину на сервис, уезжаешь куда-то по своим делам, а тебе присылают видео, где ты можешь принять либо не принять рекомендованную работу. Кажется, здорово. Я об этом узнал не так давно, буквально с неделю, наверное, назад, и история интересная. Вообще, наверное, твой вопрос я бы переформулировал так. А куда дальше двигаться с точки зрения развития сервисов, правильно? Потому что очевидно, что есть и там определенная зона роста, оптимизации, увеличения заказа снарядов и так далее. И, опять же, переходом в онлайн, да, и многие площадки пробовали, много подходов было к тому, чтобы перенести это как-то, сделать онлайн-запись, либо сформировать какой-то там сервис для клиентов удобный и так далее. Пока ни у кого не получилось, но мы со своей стороны смотрим в эту сторону, опять же, как нам взаимодействовать с дилерами в этом месте, потому что от дилеров запросов достаточно много мы получаем. Мы хотим рекламировать сервис, мы хотим, чтобы к нам записывались от вас, у вас много пользователей, дайте нам возможность с ними коммуницировать. Мы, безусловно, в этом направлении думаем, мы будем эту историю каким-то образом развивать. Сейчас, кажется, у нас есть неплохой плацдарм для этого. Как, наверное, коллеги, может быть, знают, у нас есть возможность проверить свой автомобиль пользователю на отзывные компании. И, кажется, это очень хорошая почва для дальнейшего.
ВИН-номер нужно вводить. ВИН-номер пользователю нужно ввести на
да,
сайте,
ему нужно ввести ВИН-номер, но, опять же, можно сохранить машину в гараже, и тебе будут приходить уведомления в случае, если появилась отзывная компания на твой автомобиль. Мы здесь решаем сразу несколько проблем, ну, очевидно, пользовательскую, но также решаем несколько проблем дилера. С одной стороны, у дилеров есть свой KPI на эти отзывные компании, да, потому что приходит от производителя список ВИН-номеров. Ты, друг мой, продал эти машины, будь добр произвести отзывные. А зачастую машина уже перепродана, и не всегда есть возможность связаться с клиентом. Мы здесь в этом плане помогаем, уведомляя клиента. Это первый момент. Второй момент. Здесь есть возможность создать коммуникацию между дилером и пользователем, потому что отзывная компания — это не просто отзывная компания, да, это возможность получить клиента, которого дальше ты будешь обслуживать и который останется у тебя на какое-то долгое время, тем более, что сейчас у многих производителей, ну, прежде всего премиальных, очень неплохие условия для автомобилей с пробегом, там, старше 3-5 лет и так далее. Вот. И кажется, что это тот point, над которым не над которым надо, а над которым мы уже активно думаем, и место, в которое надо смотреть, потому что перспективы здесь достаточно интересные, потребности есть, и у дилеров, очевидно,
такая цифровая проверка, в отличие от обзвона, старого доброго традиционного обзвона по отзывным компаниям, который происходит, это дополнительный канал, откуда могут клиенты поступать. С точки зрения каких-то трендов из названных, из всех, есть что-то, что больше цепляет или что меньше? Может быть, по каждому что-то сказать, может быть, по какому-то конкретному. Как вам удобнее?
Начну?
Да.
Саш, все те направления развития, которые обозначил, они уже есть на рынке в том или ином виде. Давай начнем с простых. Приемка автомобиля. Уже сейчас многие дилеры осуществляют в таком условно онлайн-режиме, то есть клиент там не бегает вокруг подъемника. Ему все снимают на видео, он в приложении ставит галочки, это делать, это не делать. Да, вот здесь подтверждаю, что здесь царапина. И это будет развиваться, пока проблема заключается в неготовности софта, нет коробочных решений, которые хорошо интегрируются в дилерские системы. Получается, мы смотрели 2 коробки, мы их взяли, посмотрели функционал, он был очень хорошо описан в пресс-релизе, но ее невозможно интегрировать в твой текущий бизнес-процесс. Поэтому, как только это дойдет до какой-то промышленной эксплуатации, уверен, подтверждаю слова Даниила, это всем клиентам нравится. И более того, при таком подходе дилер больше зарабатывает. То есть это прямо вот уже накопленная статистика. Мы не пока этого, поскольку мы вот с IT-группой дорабатываем их стандартное решение. Ну, надеюсь, доработаем. И
Рано или поздно.
Рано или поздно. Киоск и самообслуживание на сервисе в нашей стране упирается в законодательную проблему. На сегодняшний день, в соответствии с законом, мы не имеем права без твоей физической подписи на заказ наряде отдать тебе автомобиль. А если мы так сделаем, то возникает риск мошенничества, там, условно, со стороны клиента, который может прийти и сказать: вы знаете, я вам отдал автомобиль, вы мне его верните, мы же тебе вчера отдали. Он говорит: ничего не знаю, подписи нет. И это большой тормоз к развитию данной технологии. Хотя есть как бы решения, которые, ну, они уже рабочие. Допустим, Hyundai. Да? Вот мы участвуем в пилоте с Hyundai, у которого есть киоск, есть софт. Клиент может подойти, оставить ключи и уехать. Но пока необходимо изменение законодательства. Без этого это не получит какого-то развития.
Пока
Хотя это
возможно
удобный
только
сервис.
приемка. Пока возможно
И
только
выдача.
приемка. Пока возможно только
Пока
приемка.
возможно только приемка
Да,
с точки зрения
выдача пока.
закона. Да, выдача клиент должен все-таки подписывать бумагу. А третье, что там было? Напомни,
Третье, это у
пожалуйста.
нас, когда мы к клиенту приезжаем, условно говоря, я приезжаю к вам
консьерж-сервис.
домой,
Консьерж-сервис,
вечером,
да.
а
Здесь,
утром
да, здесь та
возвращаю.
же самая история. У тебя же в полисе ОСАГО не вписан, перегонщик?
Нашлись продукты. Я тут эту тему изучал плотно. Поделюсь. Да, действительно, это огромный стоп-фактор. Нашлась пара страховых компаний в регионе, которая согласилась страховать ответственность перегонщика в момент перегона автомобиля. Как они на это согласились и как они это посчитали, пока не ясно. Сойдется ли экономика, тоже не ясно. Вот. Но работа была проведена чуть ли не 9-месячная этим дилером. Но это стоп-фактор однозначно, потому что каждый раз это частное решение, где дилер поехал и договорился насчет. Это не история того, что не пришли, а там продукт готовый сидит, условно говоря, который вот получаете, столько стоит. Это большой торг.
Поэтому с точки зрения идеи и гипотезы, наверное, консьерж-сервис будет развиваться и не только в направлении привезти автомобиль, но и каких-то дополнительных там, услуг, условно, там, привезти автомобиль не к дому, а к аэропорту. Да? Ну, то есть там есть возможности для расширения. Но сейчас законодательно невозможно это делать, потому что это нарушение закона, когда человек, не вписанный в ОСАГО, будет ехать на твоем автомобиле.
Даже так,
Соответственно,
я понял,
мы вынуждены использовать эвакуаторы, а это все как бы уже
По поводу
совсем
ОСАГО не понял,
сложно.
я про другое говорил.
Совсем
да, я понял.
сложно.
Теперь понял. Владислав, какая-то из моделей будущего, она вообще возможна, таких изменений
Смотрите,
сервиса?
Александр, во-первых, 2020 год внес определенные коррективы в работу дилерских центров, в том числе и в сервис. Люди стали чаще уходить в онлайн, соответственно, нам тоже пришлось как-то к этому привыкать и трансформироваться. У нас есть мобильное приложение, которое позволяет клиенту не звонить на дилерский центр, а записаться непосредственно через мобильное приложение на сервис. Если говорить про киоски, наверное, мы к этому придем через несколько лет с учетом того, что подрастает поколение Z. Они не хотят общаться напрямую, они хотят общаться онлайн. Чем меньше контактов, тем лучше. Да, есть определенные ограничения по законодательству. Александр абсолютно прав. И второй момент. Нужно понять специфику приема автомобиля, специфику расширения среднего чека. Как это будет построено. Да? Нужно понять, как будет происходить запись, чтобы не было коллапса. Да? Все-таки мощности ремзоны ограничены.
Опять же, интеграционная составляющая появляется очень существенная, потому что нужно клиента принять с той записью, которую он собирался приехать.
Абсолютно верно. Если это будет решено как-то, то да, эта идея абсолютно здравая, она может быть применена. Что касается
Консьержа.
консьержа.
Мгм.
Ну, мы перекинули с вами пару слов в перерыве.
Да, тоже успели.
Идея консьержа, она, в принципе, не нова. Она работает в России на премиальных брендах уже несколько лет. И я что-то не видел особо большого потока желающих клиентов, которые готовы отдавать свои машины, чтобы их отвозили, привозили. Это первое. Второе. Даже если отвозить на эвакуаторах, все равно нужно машину описать, принять. И, соответственно, когда мы машину привозим, возникает вопрос с оплатой. Где-то он решен, где-то не решен. Но вообще, мне кажется, это такая нишевая услуга, которая максимум заинтересует 10%
Мгм.
клиентов. Другой момент, что если нам удастся решить вопрос с выездным сервисом, и мы будем приезжать и ремонтировать автомобиль клиента на месте, возможно, да, это гораздо более перспективная идея, чем возить на эвакуаторе.
Интересно, я тут думал фоном по поводу, как раз вы сказали, что выездной сервис. Я вспомнил, что он больше растет в так называемой одноэтажной Америке, потому что есть какая-то площадка перед домом, ну, условно говоря, на которой этот выездной сервис можно оказать. У нас есть такая традиция вот этих вот спальных районов, где произвести сервис около дома. То есть о чем говорят коллеги, которые вот занимались консьерж-сервисом, был такой, и он, наверное, еще все есть, Альфред. По-моему, они или их визави, они делились о том, что как вы можете в спальном районе, где стоят 16-этажки, приехать на автомобильчике и где там сделать сервис, потому что там он стоит, условно говоря, в раскоряку, даже нормального парковочного места есть.
Тут вопрос
Говорят,
все
что это тоже
другой.
ограничение.
Тут возникает вопрос с законодательством. То, что у нас запрещено смена масла в
да?
жилых районах, да, и это влечет определенные штрафы. Поэтому пока этот вопрос не будет решен,
Опять же.
это направление не будет продвигаться особо сильно.
Короче, законодательных ограничений, если я понимаю, такое количество, что не все концепции могут стать явью.
На сегодняшний день, да. На сегодняшний день, да. И здесь я соглашусь с Даниилом. Если мы говорим про вот короткий горизонт развития, скорее всего, то, что говорил Даниил, это более работоспособно, нежели вот на сегодняшний день там киоски самообслуживания или там доставка автомобилей в сервис и обратно.
Я понял. Тут решили мы также, и коллеги из РОАД считают нужным поднять тему более нишевую, которая касается, как раз мы сейчас законодательства коснулись, и кажется правильным коснуться вопроса запасных частей, страховых компаний и денежных выплат по ОСАГО. Два есть пути, проблема существует, безусловно, два есть пути. Это путь договариваться там, о второй, третьей линейке цен или, соответственно, поднимать цены в справочниках для того, чтобы этот вопрос решать. Может быть, поделитесь, как немножко больше раскрыть для дилера, в чем там проблема и какие есть пути решения этого всего.
Ну, вопрос, конечно, интересный. Надо так ответить, чтобы не поссориться со страховыми компаниями.
Давай я поссорюсь, а ты...
Хорошая идея. Добрый и злой коп.
Смотрите, до прошлого года дилеры получали направление по ОСАГО в достаточно хорошем объеме. Начиная с прошлого года страховые компании пошли в сторону денежных выплат клиентам. И, соответственно, количество направлений на дилеры, да и не только на дилеры, снизилось. Это не может нас не огорчать в определенной степени. Насколько я знаю, идет дискуссия по поводу того, как решить этот вопрос и снизить денежные затраты со стороны страховых компаний на ремонт по ОСАГО. На мой взгляд, вы абсолютно правильно подсветили две проблемы. Первая – это использование запчастей второй и третьей линейки, либо изменения вносить в справочник по запчастям. Вот я сторонник того, чтобы делать второй путь. Я считаю, что нужно в справочник закачать цены РРЦ производителей и, соответственно, отталкиваться от них. Почему? Во-первых, не все производители имеют запчасти второй и третьей линейки. Это раз. Во-вторых, зачастую качество, которое заявляет производитель тех или иных запчастей второй и третьей линейки, не соответствует тому, что он говорит. И третье, все-таки это не оригинальные запасные части. И встает вопрос о безопасности клиентов. Какие запчасти были использованы, если, не дай бог, они были там восстановлены, насколько они нормально восстановлены, насколько мы можем гарантировать, что клиент может нормально эксплуатировать свой автомобиль. Если говорить о снижении затрат со стороны страховых компаний, при пути работы через справочник, то тут ничего особого выдумывать не надо. На сегодняшний момент есть договора между дилерами и страховыми компаниями, где прописаны скидки на запчасти. Соответственно, по ОСАГО можно пойти таким же путем и прописать скидки при ремонте ОСАГО на официальных дилерах на запчасти. Это логично, это прозрачно, и это, мне кажется, должно устроить обе стороны. Если же говорить о том, где страховые компании могут брать цены на ЗЧ, все это есть на официальных порталах импортеров, производителей. Соответственно, можно туда заходить и абсолютно по той же схеме, как мы работаем по ремонту каска, смотреть стоимость запчастей и понимать, насколько выходит ремонт. Тем более сейчас это все делается онлайн, и предварительные калькуляции дилер может абсолютно спокойно в течение 15 минут перенаправить в страховую компанию и получить ответ. Вот, мне кажется, такой путь достаточно приемлем.
Александр, поддержите?
Это большая проблема для рынка, и я думаю, что нет единого решения, хотя я полностью поддерживаю Владислава, начинать надо со справочника. Вот эта единая методика, она просто кривая, она просто плохо сделана. Мне кажется, есть при наличии желания, ресурс у сообщества страховых компаний сделать нормальный справочник, где будут соответствовать цены здравому смыслу как минимум. А там очень много перекосов. Сейчас уже есть там второе и третье издание, но все равно эти перекосы, они остаются. Потом, ну, весь разговор-то сводится о АСЧ и маржи, как бы, вот этот пир, да? И я думаю, что здесь как раз и нужен комбинированный подход. Безусловно, и производители должны пересмотреть цены для определенных видов ремонта или возраста автомобилей и предоставлять дать дополнительную преференцию, поскольку все-таки ОСАГО, по сути, это государственный налог, да? Это не совсем коммерческая история. Второе, все-таки, как мне видится, бизнес ОСАГО, он все-таки выгодный для страховых компаний. И они также должны чуть-чуть из своей маржи поддержать, то есть сделать свой вклад в этот котел для того, чтобы клиенты могли действительно произвести качественный ремонт. Поэтому вот направления такие, и, скорее всего, нет других.
Консенсус
То есть
надо
все
искать
должны
всем
чуть-чуть
вместе.
подвинуться, и тогда клиенты смогут ремонтировать. Пока это большая проблема, потому что выплаты денег приводят к тому, что на дорогах парк автомобилей, которые там уже не молодого возраста, и вот после такого ремонта, а может быть, клиент не делает
Вообще,
ремонт.
может быть, не делает.
А может, он не делает, он ездит в неисправном автомобиле. Это безопасность,
Да.
ну, нас всех.
Да, может быть, он делает косметический ремонт, но не делает тот существенный, который,
Конечно.
как результаты, который должен делаться восстановительно именно по уже агрегатам и, соответственно, существенным частям автомобиля. Да, здесь я думаю, что роль РОАД как раз эту проблему подсвечивать правильно, вот, и готовить какую-то платформу для обсуждения. Так же, как на самом деле роль РОАД в рамках данного мероприятия сделать что? Роль РОАД собрать лучшие лекции, подсветить. Роль РОАДа сделать достойный перевод этих лекций. Ну и самое главное, собрать уважаемую и, скажем так, публику с очень существенным, понятным, стройным мнением, потому что я айтишник, у меня все в розовом цвете, да, там терминальчики, видео и так далее. Я в хорошем смысле понимаю, что я иногда улетаю далеко, хотя на самом деле на любое новшество всегда с точки зрения нашей специфики, вы сегодня правильно подсветили несколько моментов на тему того, что не все это возможно, не все реализуемо, а самое главное, не ко всему готов потребитель, потому что нам всегда кажется, что потребитель больше готов, чем может быть. Поэтому я вас сегодня благодарю за эту дискуссию. Благодаря поддержке коллег из Авто.ру нам удалось второй день уже сделать насыщенным по материалу, б, с отличной картинкой, в, с замечательным, целостным, понятным, со всей спецификой переводом. Ну и благодарю вас за то, что вы сегодня присоединились и согласились за этот час времени высказать свое мнение на тему таких не всегда однозначных историй.
Саша, спасибо тебе за приглашение, за вопросы, за интересные.
Спасибо.
Спасибо, что позвали.
Спасибо, Саша, спасибо коллегам.
Спасибо.
На самом деле, посмотрев презентацию, я понял, что за нас-то не стыдно, за Россию. Абсолютно. Если раньше был достаточно большой разрыв между нами и США, сейчас он сокращается, а по некоторым позициям мы даже их опережаем в чем-то.
Абсолютно согласен, потому что с каждым годом, приезжая на NADA, а я как-то взял себе за правило туда ездить, я чувствую, что все меньше и меньше я чувствую себя отстающим. Я где-то уже, расправив широко грудь, говорю о том, что, вы знаете, у нас есть определенная дилерская группа, которая добилась здесь иногда больших успехов. Но чего нельзя забывать, что учиться нужно, ну не учиться, в смысле, соревноваться интересно с сильными соперниками, а сильные соперники во многом это иногда иностранные. А раз с ними есть возможность посоревноваться хотя бы в таком формате, а давайте заберем у них знания и посмотрим, где мы можем мышцами помериться. Мне кажется, это классный формат, и он должен помочь нам стать еще лучше, еще эффективнее, самое главное, еще более ценным для клиента.
Согласен?
Да. Спасибо еще раз.
Спасибо, Саша.
Вот.
Спасибо.
Завершая сегодняшнее мероприятие, я хочу обратить внимание, что мы сегодня прошли потоки продаж и сервиса. Напомню, что вчера у нас был маркетинг и лидерство, а завтра, и здесь очень важно, в 10 утра, потому что вчера, когда я говорил, я не уточнил, в 10 утра, именно по московскому времени. Именно по московскому времени, то есть ваш часовой пояс может отличаться. Я лучше много раз это проговорю, но это важно. В 10 утра по московскому времени мы стартуем, потому что не все вчера поняли правильно и подсоединились в другое время. Поэтому мы ждем вас. Будет два потока. Первый поток – это поток по персоналу. Поток по персоналу – это те семинары и те лекции, которые раскроют нам потенциал как раз смены поколений и необходимости работы по-разному, разных приоритетов этих поколений, как лучше привлекать персонал, как лучше его адаптировать, как лучше развивать его. Второй поток всегда неоднозначная тема цифровых продаж, онлайн-продаж, дистанционных продаж, как ее только не называют, начиная от того, что все спорят, что такое онлайн-продажи, и здесь консенсуса нет никакого, там отдельная история. Так вот, завтра будет 5 лидеров рынка, которые выступят со своим взглядом на то, насколько онлайн-продажи возможны. Заранее я вам, так сказать, сделаю такой тизер того, что не все сумели решить этот вопрос и не на 100%. Поэтому завтра будет очень существенно конструктивная беседа, лекции и семинары от спикеров, в которых они будут говорить о том, каким образом разные тонкие места можно обойти. Безусловно, в конце завтрашнего дня у нас снова будет панельная дискуссия. В панельной дискуссии у нас поучаствуют Александр Зверев из команды Авто.ру, поучаствует Олег Масеев, вице-президент РОАД, и Владислав Рыдаев, вице-президент РОАД. Я думаю, что получится интересно. В этой компании всегда интересно пообсуждать эту тему. Дискуссии там будут не на жизнь, а на смерть. Тем более, что тема неоднозначная онлайн-продаж. И я напоминаю вам о том, что все время сегодня, после окончания мероприятия, и все время завтра вам доступно специальный раздел на сайте, вы его можете, на сайте трансляции вы его можете увидеть вверху. Это раздел, который называется онлайн-экскурсии. Онлайн-экскурсии позволяют вам в непринужденной обстановке, сидя за столом, а я вам могу сказать, что я на NADA и мои коллеги, когда мы приезжаем туда в офлайне, мы по 10-15 километров там набегаем за день. Так вот, вы за столом в непринужденной обстановке, там есть 7 экспертов, каждый из них снял свой тур по онлайн-экспозиции. Тур занимает всего 20 минут и подсвечивает 5-7, иногда 3 лучших компаний, которые в той или иной сфере являются сейчас лидерами рынка стандартами качества. Финуслуги, управление складом, онлайн-маркетинг, цифровые продажи, управление репутацией и инструменты для повышения эффективности сервиса. Я, в свою очередь, свое видео записал по всем новинкам, потому что новинки подсказывают, куда можно идти, что подсмотреть, что применить быстрее, чем все остальные. Так вот, эти экскурсии доступны вам в любое время, 20 минут вашего времени на любую интересующую вас тему. И, по сути дела, вы не пробежали за те 20 минут, те самые 15 километров, которые ребята бегали последние годы, чтобы это все отыскать. Поэтому ждем вас в этом разделе тоже. Что еще сказать? Да, пожалуй, наверное, все. Я благодарю вас за вашу энергию, которую нам не просто чувствовать в онлайне, но мы уверены, судя по количеству тех, кто нас смотрит, и по тем комментариям, которые приходят и в личный WhatsApp, и в рамках трансляции, мы уверены, что вам нравится. Завтра будет не менее продуктивный и результативный день. Присоединяйтесь, мы вас ждем. До свидания.